Hello and welcome to UK Games Expo 2022!
How are you? You having a good weekend?
Oh, I think everybody's having a fantastic weekend. Right, we are back. We may be having some connectivity issues. We think that Justin and the Van Braces has let us down here somewhere, but
Could be.
we're going to give this the best crack that we can. So, bear with us.
Yeah.
If there are issues, we will do our best to fix them.
I can see a hammer just below the screen there for percussive maintenance if required.
Yes. Yes. Right. Okay. So,
Busy
welcome,
morning, yeah.
welcome to Sunday. Today we're going to be bringing you the show. Today is it's what we kind of call tidal wave day. Okay. So, whenever we come to these shows and we do the content, it's always the same thing. At the start, anybody who's watching a live stream, they want to see everything. Okay, and they want us to implant everything in their head.
All of it at once.
All of it at once,
Yeah.
okay? So it seems slow as we kick off on the Friday. And then by the time we get to the Sunday, we have a tidal wave of stuff to push out. Now,
Huge.
we are only covering some of what's going on here on this live stream. So if you want to see it all, head on over to OnTableTop.com and check out the live blogs. So the live blogs, the team are running around. They're taking little photo galleries.
Yeah.
They're doing all kinds of things where you can dip in and out and play little video clips and stuff like that and get you could spend your weekend running through the live blog and just enjoying even more, like tons more.
Yeah.
And even that isn't all the show.
No.
If you want all the show, you're just going to have to come
Gonna
here
have
and
to
give us
come
all
here.
hugs.
Yeah. That's the only way to do it. And I mean, the people who've seen the videos, the interviews, the bits and bobs we've done with people over the past 2 days, there's so much more in the live blog because we don't have enough time to fit all of it in during the actual show. So you'll find interviews and chats with traders and creators on there that we haven't seen yet. Unless I happen to have been in them, in which case I've seen them by default. I don't really know what's going on.
In which case you've seen them.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
So
we've reached Sunday. I have actually had an hour. I think I got an hour and a half yesterday to walk around. Okay, so I walked around with the family. Okay, so by that stage, there's a lot of little tired feet. Okay, and our youngest,
I can expect that,
our youngest is being a real pain in the butt. So he's on my shoulders, tapping me on the head, saying, "Are we ready to go back to the hotel, Daddy? Are we ready to go back to? I'm sweaty, Daddy. I want to go back to the hotel, Daddy." Yeah, in a minute, man.
Very similar to what I was saying to the rest of the team yesterday.
Well, you see, I go to him like, son, I understand, but it's not all about you. So I did get a chance to walk around. I was hugely impressed, and it was there are so many new faces here, so many new faces and new games. We're seeing some lovely trends. I'm seeing a big trend in terms of the mystery kind of in a box, solve the crime kind of games.
The puzzles, the escape rooms, the deduction games, they seem to be very much on the increase of late.
I got to stop in with Az at Lucky Duck Games, and Az very kindly felt sorry for me and gave me a criminal thing for my children. Not what you think. No, it's not a put in jail free card.
Oh, right, okay.
But it's they do crime games, but they're what we're not classifying as the hybrid games. So games with with an app, and I was talking to him about it. I said to him, look, where do these lie? It's obviously. The hybrid stuff, we are going to see more and more of it as development and things in that area becomes more accessible for other companies to get involved in. But he sold it to me, and in this simple way. He said, look, you and your missus, you'd like a bit of a mystery and stuff, and Andrea's there going, I do. And do you play apps on your phone? And Andrea goes, yeah, all the time. And I'm going, yeah, she does all the time. I wasn't sold by this stage.
Yep.
And then he said, well, look, here's this game. This is the game that we're known for. 800,000 copies sold. Wow.
It's one or two. Yeah.
He says, what you do, he says, a pair of you, it works beautifully for 2 players. Kick back on the sofa. Put the game out in front of you, okay? Bring it up on the app, and then this is where he got me. He said, then cast that app to your TV. And then everything that you need is on your TV.
Right in front of you.
Andrea just bought me a new TV. People that follow me on the Facebook and stuff will know that my kids wrecked our TV, put a remote control through it.
Nice.
So Andrea felt so sorry for me that she got me a TV. I'm loving that TV hard these days. I've never seen a TV quite like it. It has completely absorbed me.
Trying to wear out all the pixels.
Oh,
do they still use pixels?
Man, this has all the pixels.
All the pixels.
This has all the pixels on the planet. It has about 50 megatrons inside it, and it's just amazing. So whenever he said, yeah, you can include that beautiful TV in your gaming experience, I went, okay, I'm sold.
Certainly, it's a way to go.
So I'm looking forward to that. That's one trend. The other trend that I'm seeing is non-Dungeons and Dragons RPG stuff.
Yeah.
Which I love. I have found a wee stand here. I think I called Storytellers. I gave the leaflet to Ben to follow up so as we can do some after show stuff with them. And they have their own self-published role-play system, just a little fantasy role-play system. You and up to 5 people can be playing within 5 minutes.
Well, that's good.
Okay. Beautiful books, really nice old-school artwork, okay, in the books.
That wasn't the stall. Its backdrop is an ivy-enshrined castle wall, is it?
It is.
Yeah, I know exactly the one you're talking about.
It is.
It's a stunning-looking piece of kit.
And the books look beautiful.
Yeah.
And they also I think they're also actors by trade.
Right.
Okay. So at the bottom of the pages, there's the text, but there's a QR code, and if you scan the QR code, you actually get a proper actor voiceover of whatever it is that you're playing at that point.
Oh, that's very fancy. And
it's got beautiful maps. It is beautiful. And the bit here's a little nugget for you. Self-published, independent in the UK. It's the number 2 selling product behind D&D on Amazon in the UK.
That is impressive because there's some very good D&D-esque clones and generic games out there that could be creeping in. Funny you talk about that. You'll see a video shortly. Myself and Justin were out before the show started, and we were by the Ultimate Game Master stand. Which is an app-based thing that a GM can use, and it allows they can cast the stuff onto a screen. You can do scene transitions and stuff like that, but it also is compatible with lighting setups. And I was just thinking of you immediately because you're going, well, you take this amount of damage, or if there's loot, you're not having to roll to see who gets the loot. You just chuck the loot at the party, and it's whoever clicks on it fastest. Whoever, there's gold, silver, and a sword. And the thief's already got the gold and silver in their hands because other people's Wi-Fi connection isn't as quick, which is, par for the course.
Yes.
But it was interesting to see how they were developing it because you can use it for online, but also for people who are streaming. If they're playing their games and streaming it out to people, you don't have all the armor class and bits and pieces come up, but you're just getting here's the hit damage. Yeah. And you see things going that way. And there's a certain amount of modularity in it, in that you can use digital dice roller, or you can just put in manually. If you still like chucking dice around the table, you go, I'm just going to chuck the dice around the table, and I will tell you what's happened here. So it was interesting. You'll see that video.
I'm a bit of a smart home addict. So since I was a little boy, I've been addicted to colored lights. We blame Blackpool Illuminations. So anybody in the UK that knows what I'm talking about, trips to Blackpool Illuminations as a little boy has left me to be a twinkly light nutter. Absolute nutter. You should see my place at Christmas. And then the rest of the year, I let Philips Hue take it over. So if I could get that and hook that in to my lighting system, where it's setting the scenes and stuff like
Changing. All of a sudden, the dragon arrives and everything has a red cast to it. That sort of thing. Yeah.
I love that.
I thought that would be right up your strasser. Yeah.
Oh man! Right. I have to get there after this stream.
Yeah,
I have to get down there and
you'll see the video of it very shortly.
So I'm having a great time. Yeah. I loved it yesterday. The family are here again this morning, and they brought me a present, Jerry.
Yes.
Check this little thing out.
Okay.
All right.
Scroll case, is it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So what it is, if you hold it up for folk there, the kiddies bought me this, right? And what you do is it opens up, and then you can put your bits and pieces in there, and this little zippy bit is for your dice.
Pencil case dice tray, or dice carrier thing. Oh, that's nice. So you can actually just put your character sheet on there, and then just, when you're finished, scroll up your character sheet. Scroll carrying Warren. Like a wizard.
I'm like a wizard.
Like a wizard.
But I love little bits and pieces like that.
It's nice.
It's just little funky little things, and there's loads of that kind of stuff all around here.
It's real leather as well, isn't it?
Little leather back books and all sorts of stuff. I'm loving it. You know, I'm one of these dudes that likes sometimes to walk away from everything just to sit and scribble.
Yeah.
Right? I like to scribble ideas and stuff like that. So even if I didn't use that for dice and whatchamacallit, like you said, I might put some pencils and a little bit of paper in there.
A couple of sheets of paper. And
I could head off into the countryside.
Start going full Bob Ross on us.
Sit under a tree and draw my ideas.
I like it. Very, very mellow. Very nice.
It is very mellow. Right, over to the running order.
Yeah.
I'm having a giggle here because in bright red text on the running order, Ben, the producer, says, you mentioned that there is still time to dive in and get your hands on the free games that Wayland Games are giving away at their stand. They're giving away Panama Rose today.
How's that going for him?
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you, no.
we warned you yesterday.
We warned you yesterday. If you wanted that, you want free games, you need to be here really early. Yeah. Really early.
As soon as they say the doors to Hall 2 are open, they're pretty much gone by the time that sentence is out.
I'm just... Look at that there!
Trouton and a Dalek.
I just... Oh, how cool is that camera angle? It was almost like it was made for that. I want to let you know that we had a doctor and a Dalek outside the studio.
It's nice being up here where we can just start peering around and
me and Jerry
keeping tabs on everybody else.
Yeah, me and Jerry got to meet a couple of the doctors this morning, man. It was wonderful.
Yes. Doctor Who was in, and he was accompanied by Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a pair of who's.
A pair of who.
I couldn't tell which who was who, but I was like...
In this case, it was 2 and 3 for people playing along at home.
Right.
You can mark them off on your Who spotter guide.
For anybody... Right, for you guys at home, okay? Obviously, you can't get to the Wayland Games stand in 15 minutes to be able to get a freebie. So we picked up one for you.
Ooh.
All right? We're going to give it away. I'm going to put Jerry on this one. Going to put Jerry on the spot here. How are we going to give this one away, Jerry?
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
I went home last night. I went back to the hotel last night, and all those riddles that Jerry were feeding you yesterday for the prizes, I started to mention them to my kids, and then they started to make up riddles that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. So I'm not even going to take you down that route.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Best description of a lesson in the chat. I'll pick what I think is the best description of a lesson.
Okay, so if you want to be in with a chance of winning this, you must describe a lesson.
Someday I will find out what one is, and maybe today is the day.
So if you know what a lesson is, please describe it now.
Is that your countdown?
Yeah, that's my countdown. But you know what we'll do? Let's leave it with them for a minute.
Yeah.
Cue up a video.
Don't need to come back to this.
Yeah, And what we'll do is we'll actually start to go onto the show floor. I think one of the team had a chance to walk around Hall 2, so we can see, what's going on.
Hi everybody, I am back at UK Games Expo. I am in Hall 2, and again, I want to give you another little bit of a tour, a little bit of a walkabout to actually show you what's going on. Also, while I've been out on this session, keep an eye on the live stream because this is going up as a prize. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure and jump in and join in. So, what have we got around us here? We have the fantastic Medusa games. They're the guys who do the Great Fire of London. Fantastic game. You can see it's being played and demoed right here. Moving further along, however, one of the things some people miss is there are also fabulous artists who turn up to this show. So right here, we have Ralph Horsley, who is basically the man who has made the cover image for UK Games Expo every year. So if you have a look, this big, beautiful dragon is from this man right here. Give us a wave. Ralph, are you having a good show, sir?
I am. It's going really great, actually. It's good to be back here. Yeah.
Fantastic. I have to say, you have done an absolutely fabulous job on the artwork for this year.
Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. It's great to be able to do the artwork again.
Well, guys, I'm sure it's nice just to be back out in the real world again. Anyway, we will catch up with you later, maybe.
Okay, thanks. Have a great show.
Bye-bye. And on top of that, now, this is where this prize came from. So DV Games, I've just done an interview with them. The prize is not in the interview, it is in the live stream. So make sure and join us for that. Now, what else do we have here? Of course, Czech Games Edition. These guys do some of the absolute best party games that you are ever gonna play. Something like Codenames is an absolute blast. Under Falling Skies, again, absolute blast. I love their games. They are fantastic. But again, there are other things that turn up at this show that you don't even know about. So it's a great way to actually find new games and new worlds to go and explore. So, whoop, coming through, gentlemen. Whee! Now, these guys I caught up with at the press event, Hachette. They do some really, really fun and cool looking games. So you've got things like Icky, Secret Identity, just really light, fun games for you and the family to dive into. Now, you'll remember from last year, these are the guys who John got his rather fabulous wizard's hat from. So again, if you're looking for cosplay accessories and stuff, you will find it all here at some point. And then on top of that, what else have we got? We've got some more artist stuff with some small bits and pieces. Of course, everybody loves a good plushie or a set of dice, or maybe a bigger plushie, a Sonic. And then on top of all of that, we've got, oh my God, okay, here's one I have to come and check out. The name alone has caught me. Pugly Pirates. I just have to find out what this is. So I will come back and I will try and get an interview with these folks later. But so that's basically what's going on in this side of the hall for now. Now, I will be coming back with even more of the walkabouts, just showing you what's going on. Haname Create, look at some of the gorgeous artwork that you see on display here. This is what I love about this show. It's finding everything that is just cool and different at this show that you can enjoy. Get your geek on at the UK Games Expo. Okay, guys, I am going to run away because I need to go and double check on how things are going back at the home base. And yeah, get the comments in. I'll see you again soon.
Bum, bum.
Yeah. So
It's looking fun.
it is looking
funky.
fun. It is looking fun.
That when they were talking to Ralph, I'll say Ralph Horsley, is it the
Mhm.
artist?
Yeah.
Who did the big.
He does the big
remarkable
dragon every year. Yeah.
Richard. So Richard Denning, one of the
Directors of
directors
this. Yeah.
of the UK Games Expo, got his hands on one of the Joan of Arc dragons
Mhm.
and got a guy to paint it to match the artwork for the UKGE, which I think is around there somewhere. We've asked somebody to go off and take some pictures of it, so we may see it in the live blog later on. But
Nice.
it's an impressive bit of kit.
Right. We're gonna continue taking you out to the show floor. Next up, I think we got a chance to call in with Rubicon models. So any of you guys that are into your kind of your scale models and stuff for your war game at 28 mil or whatever, yeah, kick back. Yeah, you might enjoy this one.
It's John here at UK Games Expo, and it hasn't taken me long to find something historical and tank related. So I'm over at Rubicon, and I have Steve who's going to be showing me a few of the upcoming and the new releases as well, because you all know, if you've seen the unboxing, that's the kit I fell in love with. And I've already been pressing Steve to find out when more of this sort of thing is coming. But that's not what we're going to be talking about here. We're going to be talking about a whole rake of new releases here and upcoming stuff, as well as a game system. So, Steve, let's start with, well, I'm going to let you decide where we're going to start. So.
Okay, so at the moment we have for release the Centurions, which are quite a large kit, as you can see. We have the new Sherman, we have the QLT, QLDs, the Sonderkraftfahrt Zug 10, and the 2 centimeter flak. That's available today. We have some nice resin Soviet tractors, which, you know, who doesn't want a tractor? We've got the Tilly and the Scout car and the heavy BTR, the heavy BTR 20, I believe it is. Also the 37 centimeter anti-tank gun. And we have previews of the QF 1725. These are available today, these Jeeps also, and a preview of the upcoming Panzer II, which a lot of people have been waiting for.
So, with all the new releases and stuff, the Panzer II is absolutely gorgeous, by the way, and the two Dodges, they're fantastic looking. Moving forward then, because you have the Centurions here as well, but you have the BTR 60 here as well.
With rubber tires.
With rubber tires, which is really cool. This is, as we were talking off camera, this is another step of bringing that scale model feel to a war game miniature. And not only that, we're actually looking at a rule set now for Vietnam, yeah?
That's right, yeah. We're taking the first steps into making our own in-house rule system. It's going to be, like most things Rubicon, we're trying to do things slightly differently than what's on the market at the moment. So we are going to announce an alpha rule set very, very soon, which will be downloadable for free from our websites. People will be able to download it, get involved, download the tokens, STLs for free if they want to do 3D tokens, printed versions if they want printed ones for free also. We're going to try and get the community to help us to take that into the beta version, and then we'll start playtesting and get people involved that way. It's a lot different than a lot of systems, so it's been quite difficult to develop it over the last year. It should have been out now, but COVID got in the way. It was quite hard to get a team together physically. We did as much as we can with networking, with Skype and that kind of thing, but at some point you've got to get boots on the ground, as they say, and get people to play test. So it has delayed slightly from what we wanted to originally. So we're hoping that goes down well, and also obviously the release of the Vietnam stuff in Q4, hopefully.
So all in all, there's tons to look forward to coming out of Rubicon. Every time I've seen something come out, I've kind of drooled a little bit. So
That's good.
I'm going to be having a long conversation with Steve once the camera's switched off, because there may be a suitcase going back to Ireland with everything. But anyway, hope you like this look at Rubicon. Go check them out. And if you're coming to the event, please come and have a chat with them, have a look at the rule set and have a little chat.
I think someone's trolling us.
Do you think so? Do you think we've had it too easy for the week?
Yeah, I think somebody is trolling us. Yeah, can any of you spot the trolling that's going on here?
Well, can you spot the deliberate mistake? Is that it? What we were told.
So we were expecting an interview with Rubicon models from this year, not some weird previous time warpy thing.
It may have been a visit from one of the doctors.
One of the doctors.
They were complaining that this was much smaller on the inside than it was on the outside, like some sort of anti-TARDIS. So maybe in retribution, that was it. But you know. Oh, okay.
Right. I have no idea if we will be bringing you Rubicon models stand from this year or from this timey-wimey paradox thing. because I'm literally getting to the stage and I have no idea what's going on at all. But I do know we've learned our lesson, and we're going to give it away. The winner of the Panama Rose box.
Yes.
You picked them.
I did pick them because it's I can't think of a better description of it. So we'll give you the description first. Leshen is a man that exists to sell Justin van braces. Once complete in his task, he disappears until next year, hence the term Justin has been on the Leshen. And that was Red Scoop Minis. So congrats, well done. You're getting a copy of Panama Rose.
Red Scope Minis, you know the score. Going up to the more on tabletop.com and fill in the prize claim just so we know where we're sending it to. And that means that I can scroll all the way back down. There we go.
Just to see what people have been up to.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? I mean, people are now, they're catching up, yeah.
See Andy there, the Friends of General Haig. John's Rubicon interviews are becoming formulaic. Same question, same answers.
Same question, same answers. It's, yeah. I literally cannot work out how that can even be a thing at this show, because surely everything we're working with is brand new and fresh. I'm scared to touch anything now.
Oh, don't touch anything.
Right, this weekend we were running a kiddies colouring competition. Do you have the little screen, Jerry, of the thing, so I can kind of describe? Not that one. The one with the things.
With
yes.
the things on it.
Yes. So if you can find that. So we were running a kiddies colouring competition. I had one here as well. Yay! So what we did was we got the Justins and Dragons arts and printed a few of them out. And then our buddies over at the Wayland Games stand said, yeah, sure, we'll chuck a 50 quid voucher at that. We were going to chuck an OTT 50 quid voucher at that, but they have more stuff in their circulation than we have in ours. So to give the kids the most kind of choice, we said, yeah, absolutely, that'll be brilliant, guys. Thank you for that. So that was grand. We put them up. We stuck out crayons everywhere so that we could, basically get kiddies colouring in. And they coloured in a whole bunch of stuff. And then we got a winner. And this morning we picked our winner. And our winner was little Charles. Little Charles, who's 8. And we reached out to his family and said, Charles is a winner! And Charles was here with his family this morning, and there he is.
He even let his family get dressed before he dragged them down the road.
Yeah.
Most of them were in their PJs whenever you called them up.
That probably were, yeah. So, and there he is. Look at his little face. A big pile of goodies there. And,
well, yeah, there's no point in hanging on to vouchers. They go off, they go stale if you hang on to them too long. You need to spend them as quickly as possible.
There was no way a little one was going to walk away from that Wayland Games stand without picking stuff. So there he is with Toby, and Toby's the operations manager this weekend. Well, he's the operations manager all the time, but he's the man in charge down there. So Toby treated Charles like a little bit of royalty.
Yeah.
Hey, on this Jubilee weekend, this is only fitting. So congratulations, Charles. Well done. And thank you to all the kids that took time to colour in. We're going to take them back to the studios.
And the adults.
So. Oh, yes, and the one or two adults that got involved as well. So, we were over the moon. We loved that. So, yeah, that's going to become a regular feature, I think, for us, especially definitely at this show at least. So, give a wee breakout area and a chance for kiddies to colour in. So, it's lovely.
People are sitting around eating anyway. They may as well do something with their other hand while they're stuffing a burger in.
Right. I think we have another video to show. I think the guys got a chance to sit down with Battle Systems, is it? So,
yeah, well, do you want to talk about the awards before we get any further?
Awards. Yeah, go for it, Jerry.
Yeah. So, if people haven't been paying attention, tisk, there is a whole host of awards at this year's UK Games Expo, running the gap from full rules to interviews from full rules to expansions, not interviews, to gaming accessories, all sorts of stuff. That we'll round off our show today. So you'll be losing us at 3 p.m. Because from 3 until 4, Rich and Tony will be taking the stage, and they will be running through who are the big winners from this year. If you have not already done so, you can still vote. So if you go to the UK Games Expo website, and then goes to the Expo Awards, you'll see right at the top there a Vote Now button. So if there are any of the nominees that you feel deserve a bit of a reward, and to have their boxes branded in the future reprints with the award-winning logo, then get in there and give them a vote.
Absolutely.
Some fantastic games and miniatures and rule sets and all sorts of stuff in there that's worth having a look at.
I'm gonna blow your mind here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off on Battle Systems.
Okay.
Till we check which decade it was filmed in. Okay. I believe we have a live interview about to take place.
Okay.
Moonstone, man. So we got a bit of Moonstone. Give us 2 seconds to work out what year this is, and we'll be right back.
Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar.
Hello, we are back at the UK GE, and this time I'm joined with Tom from Moonstone. So Tom, great to see you again. It's been a little while.
Yeah, hi Jerry. Yeah, it's been great. I'm looking forward to coming to see you this morning.
So for people who aren't aware of what Moonstone is, which must be tricky because everybody has seen me and Free bang on at Moonstone at length, what is it?
Yeah, you would be surprised. Quite a few people have been coming up saying they've never heard of Moonstone. Moonstone, yeah, I know. What's wrong with them? Moonstone is a whimsical fancy skirmish game. So kind of tongue-in-cheek, Brian Froud, might remind you of a few 80s movies, shall we say, with some very unique card mechanics. It uses a custom deck of cards to resolve all of the conflict. So there's an arcane deck where it's based on a bluffing mechanic. For resolving your magic, you're looking for certain colours, and your opponent's also got a hand of cards, and you're trying to get away with bluffing, and they're trying to read their own hand of cards, but also see whether you look shifty or not.
I always look shifty.
Yeah, well, that can be an advantage. You know, if you always look shifty, then people always call you bluff out. Then you get to go again. So that can be good. And then it also uses custom cards for the conflict, the melee resolution. So you've got 6 different combat moves. You've got falling swing, thrust, rising attack, high guard, sweeping cut, and low guard. And they resolve against one another in different ways. So if I was to do a falling swing and you did a high guard, you would deflect all my damage and get a free hit on me. If I was to thrust and you were to thrust, we both stab one another. And if I was to do a low guard and you did a high guard, we just look at one another funny and, you know, maybe exchange a few choice phrases about one another's mothers, but nothing else.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that attracted me to it, because it has the HEMA fighting style behind it, so it gives you a very good idea of, you don't have to explain the complicated system, and you're not just sitting looking at tables going, you need a 3, I need a 4. You're actually, in your head, you can work it out. You can go, well, if I go high and he goes high, I'm done for, but if he goes low, then that could be very, very interesting indeed, and that is part and parcel of the way you build the synergies into the game as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got 3 different factions, the Commonwealth, the Dominion and the Lesser Volts, and we like to build troop boxes where there are 3 models in each troop box, and they have got some internal synergy. So you'll normally have like a pirate, let's say a pirate box with a healer, a melee character and a support character, and you know that box is going to work really nicely. And then because they're all human pirates, you can pair it up with the goblin pirates, and that builds you without having to worry about lists and formulas and numbers. You can just go, I like the look of that box, you know it will play well. Oh, that box is also pirate, let's use that. Oh, now I've got goblin pirates, let's pair it up with another box of goblins. So every time you just add on 3 more models, it gives you a completely different play style each time.
And also with that, when we're talking about this being a fantasy skirmish game, your max model count on the tabletop is only 6 figures, and that's if you're playing a 1v1 game. The minute you start adding extra people in, then your model count drops to account for it. So it's not a big buy-in to get started into it, and getting additional figures allows you to expand and try different combinations so easily, because it's not elves against humans against goblins. There's such a mix between the factions and a blurring of the lines.
That's right. A lot of people, when they hear that there's 3 factions in Moonstone, think there's only 3 ways to play. It's not at all. Within each faction, there's a whole range of different ways that you can structure your list. Do you want to be the aggressor that dominates the center ground? Do you want to be tricksy and have all your movement tricks? Maybe make them pick up the Moonstones and then rob it off them. Do you want to just do really weird things with the arcane deck so that you manipulate the deck and you know what cards are coming up and they don't? There's lots and lots of different ways to play.
So I see the Arising here. This is almost brand spanking new. I also see a couple of figures down front as well. Do you want to tell us a bit about what's going on with the Arising and the card decks there?
Absolutely. So last year, towards the end of last year, we did a Kickstarter for our first expansion book, The Arising, which introduces campaign play. So if you want to start linking your games together and show a bit of progression from one game to another and have a few like mad events kind of spring up in the game that create memorable experiences, we've got the new rules for running campaigns in this book. The Kickstarter was delivered around the end of last year, going into the start of this year. So we're now at a stage where that's all completely done and dusted. Everybody's got their swag, and we're now kind of taking this new book into retail.
So with this as a sort of a campaign system, it can be a very competitive game as well. Will this be sort of tying into tournament play and stuff as well, or is this solely for the narrative players?
It kind of fits in between the two. So the way I foresee people doing it is if you go to a games club and you've got a regular 6 opponents, that kind of thing, rather than just organising your one-off games, you say let's start a campaign. And you create a schedule, and you're going to now watch your same troop progress from game to game, gaining new characters, gaining upgrades, unlocking new ways to build the list. You get to play one of each, you get to play a kind of a regular schedule where everybody's mixing and playing, and you also get to do a bit of a meta game that sits outside game night. If you have a WhatsApp group or a Discord channel, you can create alliances, you can backstab one another. There are cards that you can play to do kind of maldeeds to some of the other players. And whoever is doing best in the campaign is going to attract the most negative attention. And the rules kind of encourage that kind of behaviour. And whoever's not doing so well is going to encourage the support of the other characters. You gain kind of machinations points or power points based on your scheming outside of the game. So it's designed so that, unlike some campaign systems where whoever is winning their games gets rewards, which can tend to feel a little anticlimactic.
They run away.
If you're already winning because you're already the most experienced player, or for whatever reason you're already winning, giving that player extra rewards never sat right with me. I wanted to create a system where everyone kind of feels that they're in with a chance, and you can slingshot, back from a lower position in the table and kind of have really exciting final games. And sometimes it's nice to have that kind of social bonding that you get by continuing to play the game throughout the week. Striking up deals. And
so, who are the characters down in front there as well?
We have just a handful of models left over from our Kickstarter, our Rising Kickstarter. Whenever we do a Kickstarter, we overorder because some things go missing in the post. Some people don't complete their backer kit in time, so we overorder by 10 or 15%. And once the dust has settled and we've given it kind of 4 months or so for people to let us know if they've had any problems, we may as well release the excess. People will know that Moonstone's we don't fake our limited editions. Yeah. We produce them at the time, and when they're sold, they're sold. So a few lucky people, I've kind of had them under the table, for the people in the know. And a few lucky people have kind of come up and grabbed a few from us. So,
well, I'm going to be very cheeky. Do you fancy giving any of this away?
Oh, yes, I could see that. Could you?
Oh, you're a bit of a legend. If people are watching at home and they want to win this, do you have a question you want to ask them? Or should we just let them comment on this?
We could let them say what character they would like to see in Moonstone that doesn't currently exist in Moonstone. Oh, right. How about that?
That sounds like a fantastic one. Comment in the live blog, not on the live stream, because we'll need a bit of time for people to have a little bit of a chew over on this one, and we will pick something from, or one of the winners from the future to get a little Moonstone collection. How has the expo been for you on a whole then?
Busy. It's fair to say it's busy. We almost completely sold out on day one. So I had to do a 4-hour round trip through the night to restock. Got back here at 5 o'clock in the morning to come back here and set up. So I'm not complaining. It's been absolutely fantastic, but it's been constant. People coming, buying.
So we're coming back for next year then as well?
Definitely, yeah. It's been wonderful.
If people want to find you, if they're coming down for the last couple of hours of today's show, where can they find you?
They can find us on Moonstone Avenue, or just off Moonstone Avenue. If you walk down Moonstone Avenue, look for the big Moonstone flag. It's actually we're in Hall 2, just up the stairs from Hall 1, and it's booth number 215.
Okay. Well, folks, if you haven't already checked out Moonstone, you really should, because you have no reason not to. It's a stunning world, and it's not a world that is fully explored. There's an awful lot of mystery still to be revealed, and it's been like layers on an onion slowly peeled back over time. We're finding out more and more of what's going on with the world and why these Moonstones are so important. I'm going to go back over to Warren in the studio, and we'll speak to you again soon. Don't forget to check.
Welcome back, Jerry.
Hello, it's good to be back. It's very different living life outside.
Is.
There's air and stuff and people.
There's air, and them sofas look supremely
They
comfy.
are incredibly comfortable.
They are
yeah,
very
yeah.
comfortable, aren't
Yeah,
they?
I didn't want to get back up whenever I was finished. I was still chatting away to Tom. It's like, hang on a minute, I'm doing a job.
So are you finished tormenting people about Moonstone now?
I will never be finished tormenting people about Moonstone. There's some new pirates that have just been released, which people will be able to see in a few weeks because I've got sets at home to play with and throw in front of people as unboxings as well.
Nice.
So yeah, Moonstone will always be there. It's just such a fun game with an it has such a rich background without revealing everything that's going on in the background. So there's just so much mystery behind it where you're going, why is there a Tower of Wizards and what are they doing with these stones? And then that book, The Arising, just give little hints about what kind of stuff is maybe going on in there, but not all of it, and is a bit factional. And yeah, there's a lot to be looking into on it. So, and it's just so cute, very cute.
Well, okay, guys, remember, not only what we've got going on here on the live stream, but at any point you can go over to OnTabletop.com and visit the Friday live blog, the Saturday live blog, the Sunday live blog, and see even more of what is taking place at UK Games Expo this year. Right now, though, I think we're going to go and have a look at what is taking place over at Medusa Games. So let's check it out.
Hello folks, we are here at the UK Games Expo. I'm here with Richard Dennings at Medusa Games and obviously one of the organisers of the show as well. But we're going to be talking about some of the new stuff and also what's coming up from you folks as well. We're going to be starting with an expansion to 9 Worlds, which is Creatures and Monsters. Could you tell us a little bit about that one?
Yeah, so Creatures and Monsters looks at the kind of the monsters that are the sort of in the mythology of the Norse universe and also Anglo-Saxon mythology. So the idea is normally in 9 Worlds, of course, you're doing battle over the 9 Worlds to try and get area control and this sort of thing. But what we've done is introduce the threat of all these monsters in the game. So as well as sending your armies off to the 9 Worlds, you may decide to send some of them, onto this Warriors Hall. So they're all going to gather to go off and fight the monsters. And at the end of the turn, all the players will take it in turns to then move their stones onto these monsters. Okay. So there are varying levels of spots on there, which are there, if you like, hit points, if you like, and that's what you're going to need to defeat the monster. And players can cooperate or decide not to, as the case may be. So green and purple here had a bit of a go at these Valkyries, but green has done the most. It's got the most spots on there. So these have been defeated, and that's great. And what they're going to share the rewards, which are these sort of little bonus tokens here, which they can use in the game to either, usually in the 9 Worlds, to give them extra armies or to steal someone else's army or do that sort of thing. But also the monsters themselves are worth points, and whoever's done the most defeating a monster will get victory points at the end of the game. But the monsters have on them monster powers, which you, again, can use in the game. If you don't defeat the monsters, however, by the scoring rounds, then the players have to share penalties.
Oh, okay, right.
Which will be taken by the players who have done the least. The worst ones will be done the players that have done the least.
So you're encouraged to semi-work together.
Semi-work together so if we take an example here, this werewolf hasn't been defeated. However, the blue has got 2 stones on there. Because it's got 2 stones on there, that's what this 2 means, it is immune from the penalties. However, the other players in the game are going to have to take it in turns to choose one of these penalties, which might be having to take a stone back off the board or throw one away or have somebody else move their pieces for them, that sort of thing. So there is that semi-cooperative thing about we really want to defeat these monsters so that we don't take penalties, but on the other hand, sometimes a player may decide to ignore the monsters completely, just go on the 9 worlds. So the other players might think, we're going to leave that. We're going to leave he can suffer the consequences of not helping the fight, as it were. So it's another element. Then what happens after the monsters have been defeated? These symbols that are on these cards say where the stones go to. Okay. So in this case, this one would go back. This would go to Valhalla. This one would go to a player's home world. This one would go back to their card. Other symbols go back into reserve or go to any of the 9 worlds. You can choose where, or potentially for the higher level monsters, some of them go to Helheim, which is the underworld, where you're scoring negative points now. Okay. So to defeat the real nasty monsters that come out in the sort of second half of the game, which are things like sort of what have we got? We've got frost giants, Jormungandr, the frost. You've got the stone trolls. Loki's my favourite. He's probably the toughest.
I love that he's in there. That's great.
And his world power is one of my favourites. You can choose any of the 9 world powers, which essentially means he's sitting there scheming away, thinking, "What am I going to do this turn to muck things up for everybody else?" So it gets tougher and tougher. But you notice Loki has more bonuses. There, and he's worth more points and so on. So, but to defeat him, a couple of stones are going to have to be banished to Helheim. So you're really taking one for the team, as it were. So that's Creatures and Monsters. So it does bring a new sort of dynamic of this bit of moving stones there. They may be locked up for a turn or 2 until that monster's defeated, and then they're going to come back onto the board in a variety of places. So that just brings a sort of different strategy of thinking, okay, I've got that stone coming back, but maybe not this turn, it might be next turn, so I'll leave a hole for it to come back into. So that's
another nice element to the game. I also love the artwork. Who's the artist?
Andre Schneider. So he's done our 9 worlds on Magnificent Fly Machines. Tinker Tailor, he will be doing some artwork for us for our next game, and he's just really good at this sort of. And this was the first one he did. He 9 worlds was the first one he did for us, and we met him in Essen-Spiel in Germany, and he was walking around with a portfolio and happened to flip open to one with a dwarf on with lots of runes. So we thought, well, we know exactly
that's got to work.
Where this would work, and it's really good artwork and things.
Right, we're going to sneak around here. So Shay's going to follow me around, and we're going to look at another game as well. So we're going to sneak around to this side. So we're going to go around this bit of the table. So can you tell us a little bit about what this game is all about?
Okay, so this is a prototype of Oranges and Lemons. This is not obviously finished artwork, although it's a bit of a sort of layout concept. We've got some sketches over there of Andre's actual artwork suggestions. This is a bit of stock art, but it gives you an idea. So Oranges and Lemons is based upon the nursery rhyme, Oranges and Lemons, say the bells of St Clemens. But if you dig back into the history of that rhyme, there are many, many verses. We've got 15 verses on here, not the 6 that we could all recite in the modern version. So what we've done, all of those were associated with areas of London and the industries or things that went on in there. Right. Okay. So we've taken that. So Oranges and Lemons, say the bells of St Clemens is St Clemens was the fruit markets and the wharfs where the fruit was brought ashore. So you can go there to buy lemons. Okay? So it's a worker placement game. You'll be placing your workers in these locations. So other areas are to do with selling those goods, money lending, potentially getting involved in politics, to become Lord Mayor. You may invest in the East India Trading Company, which is a high risk but potentially high reward. So if you go there, you
sounds about right for the period.
You're drawing sort of ships out of a bag there.
Oh, right, okay.
Some of those are sunken ships, so that's the risk element. But then potentially you can get lots of things for it. One of the elements in the game is that a lot of these were the bells. They talk about the bells of. So one of the things the players can do is they can put bells in the locations. and each of those locations has a bonus if you've got a bell there. You're basically becoming a benefactor of the parish, and they give you some reward. So that might mean cheaper lemons, so it might mean that you can get a bit more return on when you're selling goods. When you loan money, you get higher interest rates, that kind of thing. And one of the sort of, I think, relatively unique mechanic in this is the player sequence changes dependent on where you are going. So in the first phase of the game, you'll be placing your workers, and you'll have 2 workers to start with, but into locations around the board. So let's say this, but then as the areas activate, they go back on the score track in the order that the areas activate.
Oh, right, okay.
Changes every turn of the game, so you can.
I love variable turn orders.
So that play early to try and guarantee that thing, or some of the more lucrative, powerful ones are towards the end of the turn. But you've got to cope with the fact you're going to be going later in the turn sequence, perhaps. So it's a game we're working on. We potentially something for 2023, maybe 2024. It's now something we're taking around conventions and doing play testing and getting feedback, and as you can see, the artwork is starting to happen. This is the first time we've showed this sort of concept board. Until now, it's been My Blue Peter style.
Here's one we made earlier.
That's right. But this idea we thought was, what we really want to do is actually have a nice bit of the City of London happening with the areas associated with each of these activities. But also we need the bits with the mechanics on happening. So this is the idea of having this sort of these corners with the bits with the mechanics, and the rhyme is almost like a ribbon going around it. But then next to it would be the areas. So if you focus in on these areas, there is, this is actually the fruit markets. You can actually see there's bullseyes and targets, the bells of St Margaret's. That was the archery butts. So we've got some archery butts going on here.
I always love that when you have art that matches up with the mechanics and what's on the tables and stuff.
Whitechapel's where the bells were made. At the moment, it's just an enormous bell, but we're going to do things that are associated. So some of them might be the actual churches. So it might be that we have 1 or 2 of the churches. And I think, for example, over there, he's researched and found what St Clement's looks like. So we might have some of the buildings. At least in your trading company, might have like a shipping building, which looks like what the original one did, to try and make it a little bit fit with the theme as closely as possible.
There you go. So if you want to expand your adventures in 9 Worlds, you can go and check out that expansion with Creatures and Monsters, which is fantastic. And then if you want to look out for something in the future, then we've got Oranges and Lemons to dive into as well, which is pretty cool too. So yeah, make sure to come back next year as well to UK Games Expo to see how this has developed and what's changed.
I think there will be other conventions later in the year.
Of course, yeah.
As well. So.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. That was fantastic talking. Medusa Games, come and check them out at their stand and everything like that. We'll be back with another video very soon. Don't forget to check out the live blog and the live stream and all that kind of stuff. We'll be back very soon. Bye for now.
Hi everybody, I am back at UKGE 2022, and of course I have stopped off with Colin from Battle Systems to find out what he's brought to the show. Colin, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while. It's good to see you, man.
It is good, yeah, really enjoying it.
Happy to be back?
Yeah, man, I live like 20 minutes away from this show.
Oh, you lucky
Best show in
sod.
the world.
So, how's it been being back up to full steam at UK Games Expo?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. They've had record ticket sales and we have just been absolutely rammed. So, we're roughly halfway through. We've already had our best show ever.
Fantastic.
Absolutely amazing. And everyone's just like really pumped for the show. It's amazing. It's great.
Cracking. Right, important question. If people want to come and see you tomorrow or on Saturday or Sunday, I don't know when this goes out, so I don't want to time it, I don't want to date the video. Where are you in the halls for them to come and find you?
Okay, so we're stand 1042 in hall number 1. We're pretty close to the main entrance when you come in as well, and our stand's pretty big, so just wander down and look around. And when you see this huge amount of terrain and all the setups and everything like that, that's us, and then just have some fun.
Yeah. Now, speaking of that, Have you got anything brand spanky new for the show this year?
Every year we've got something new, and it's the big one that everyone's been waiting for. So obviously we've got Core Space Firstborn and Original Core Space, which is really super popular. We've got our new Maladam game, which is the fantasy version of Core Space, which we've been pestered for a long time, and we are hoping to release that mid to late this summer on Kickstarter for delivery 9 to 12 months later, and it's amazing. It really is good.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say it now. You know where to find me if you need a Let's Play. I'm just sitting waiting for you, buddy.
I've already been speaking to Warren, so yeah, and obviously with the COVID moving itself to the side slightly, you could probably find one of us on a plane, and we'll be popping over, so no worries about that.
Fantastic. All right, now, currently Shay is just having a look at some of the different ranges you do. This is all the stuff that we know and love. So you've got your internal biomes, your external biomes, you've got your camps if you move along Shay, down to the corner, because I want to speed us up around here, because every year there is more to look at on this stand. It is absolutely bonkers. I love the palisades you've done here. But if you make a quick beeline out and around to here, follow me, my youngling, follow me. This is the new baby, yeah?
Yeah, this is basically Maladam, which is, like I say, it's actually set in the same universe as Core Space as well, but a long time in the future, after science fiction has disappeared and it's all kind of fallen and collapsed and kind of been buried and forgotten about. But the technology's still there in the blood through nanites and stuff, and that's where magic comes from. And so you get a fully fledged, recognizable fantasy game. But anyone that's played Core Space will start spotting some Easter eggs and stuff like that. So you've got this interaction between the two with some time travel and stuff. It's going to be really good fun. Well, it's already really good fun because we got people play testing it across the world, and it's the buzz is pretty good for this one.
This sounds absolutely fantastic, and I love the fact that you're not doing the old hat of just going, oh no, it's a different universe where there's fantasy, there's magic. No, this is the future where technology is dead, but not really, because it's now magic. I love this idea.
Well, we've already got a really big, fleshed out galaxy anyway, and Core Space lives in about 32 megaparsecs of the galaxy, which is massive. You know, it could take hundreds of thousands of years just to get from one bit to another. However, that's one tiny spot in the galaxy, and this is set in a completely different part. And so it's the same galaxy, it's the same lore, the same world we live in. And of course, if anyone's played Core Space, they'll pick this game up like within seconds.
So it's the same DNA?
It's based on the same sort of physics and same kind of mechanics, but with some really interesting stuff. We've learned a lot over the last 2 games, and we built that into the core mechanics of this so that we can expand seamlessly.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, I wish you the very best with this. I cannot wait to get it down on the tabletop.
Yeah, man.
And I mean, I don't know what else to say. You're always blowing my mind with more and more cool stuff.
Yeah.
In fact, I do know what to say. It's the same thing I say to you at every show, at every event when I see you, because I am that cheeky chappy. Would you like to give someone at home a little prize?
Well, because I'm used to you coming and asking me, I've had it in my hand throughout the whole interview, so yeah.
See, this man knows.
So we've got this really nice fantasy, part of our fantasy terrain, which is also compatible with Maladam when it comes out. This is my favourite building, basically, personal favourite. You can go inside the building, it's got loads of really cool content. It's and you can integrate it with other terrain and stuff like that. This is one of my favourite buildings, and it's yours to give away.
Dude, I will take that. I'm almost nervous picking this up because, you know, me and Chapels, yeah, they don't mix. I kind of burn when I go in there. But Colin, it's always a pleasure, mate.
Cheers.
Have a great show. Everybody, if you want your chance to win a Chapel set from the guys at Battle Systems, sorry, my brain refused to work, just stalled there for a second. Get your comments in below on the live blog. We will move on. We will see you again very soon.
Yeah.
Looking good.
This day is flying through.
It really is.
It is going really quick for us here today. So, yeah, that battle system stuff is beautiful. Right, we have reached the point of the day where we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes or so, just for everybody to stretch legs, get themselves organized. When we get back, Ben, I believe, is going to sit down live with one of the guys from Osprey.
Yep. See what they've been up to.
Should be very cool. So, let's get this going. So the sooner we start, the sooner we get back. We will see you guys after a short break.
Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar. Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar.
Hello folks, we are back on stage. I'm here with Benji from Osprey Games. We love you, Benji. It's fantastic stuff to see you here. And we had a little bit of a chat with you, well, over at the stand, I think it was. We were talking about Philip with about some amazing games, things that you guys have got on sale right now. But we wanted to have you on stage to talk about all the things that are coming very, very soon-ish, I should say. Yes. So yeah, what's this first one? Village Rail. I love trains. Lloyd loves trains. So what's this one all about?
Everyone loves trains. This is our next upcoming board game release. This is our big summer release. We're hoping to have it shown at Shucks this year. This is Village Rails from Matthew Dunstan and Brett J. Gilbert. They're incredible designers, made Chocolate Factory. We're very close with them, and we were looking for something that would have trains, be a nice little small box addition to our line, train line. We've been playing this in the office. It's a little tableau building game. So it's a drafting game. You build tableaus, you build train lines, you connect up small villages. The idea is that we wanted a game that took Village Green. We've got a small box game called Village Green. Again, quick little small box game, very accessible. We wanted to take what people really liked about that and kind of do like a spiritual continuation of that. So this is the next in like our Village line, as it were. So it's got that same kind of twee kind of art, that very like English countryside that a lot of people really love. Combines it with trains that I've heard some people really enjoy, but also it's just it's a really, really tight little drafting game. Like it really just goes very, very quickly. Like the rounds.
You have some of the components as well.
Yeah, let's go open. The rounds go very quickly. The components are beautiful. Like it feels like it's going to be such an easy one to demo for us, which I'm really excited for. Getting people around the table. I've got so many little bits and pieces.
I just want to say while you're showing these things off, this is one of the things that Benji was talking about. It's got a little tiny like nook on the side of the punch board, so when you're opening the box, you just slip your finger in there and you get it out, and it's fantastic. That's a really nice little addition. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, it's the little things, right? It's about the details. Like board games are about the physicality, so we wanted to make sure that everything is just perfect. So we have these little, you make a little tableau out of, I'm going to put this together really badly, but tableaus get created, cards then, let me grab this out here. We then build train lines on your tableau. Oh, I should have prepared some cards.
This is the beauty of live TV.
Beauty of the live. Okay, we're good. So we have these little train lines that get laid out, and you're trying to connect up train lines so that you can maximize points. So you're trying to get different features on your line. You're trying to connect up fields and barns and take people to different places. However, you're doing that against your other opponents who are trying to do the same thing. They're also trying to build train lines, so there's like a shared market that you guys are buying things from. And when you buy things from the market, for everything that you buy, the further into the market that you buy, you're then leaving money that other people can pick up. So every reward has a risk to it. So that's the train lines, and then with that you also then have like trips. So you have specific trips for customers that you're trying to fulfill. You're trying to take them on the places that they want to go. Which again you're also then drafting and competing against the other players for.
I absolutely love the art style and all these bits. You were right about the kind of like twee look to everything. I thought it was really nice.
Yeah, it's very painterly.
Yes, it is very painterly, yes. And fits in with the Village Green style, as you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. But people love the Englishness about it, and we that's what we wanted to capture.
One of the things that I quite liked on the front of the box as well is it's a game of locomotives and local motives, which I thought was a really nice little additional thing. A very nice little joke.
Yeah, it's a great tagline, but it is quite hard to say. It's quite a mouthful.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. So how long does it take to play the game, sorry?
So it's about a 45-minute game. It's got a really quick teach. Like you can demo the game in like 5 minutes, get it out on the table. About 45 minutes to play. It takes 2 to 4 players, plays very quickly. We're hoping to have this out, I say hoping, this will be out at the end of August.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Oh, well, that goes on my list. There we go, fantastic stuff. And another massive game that you guys have got coming out builds on the Undaunted series, doesn't it? So we've had Undaunted Normandy, then we went to North Africa, and then we had Reinforcements that built on everything and gave everybody a lovely big box. But then we have another massive box on the way for later this year, yeah?
Yeah, we do have some exciting Undaunted stuff. This is today, this weekend is the very first weekend that we're showing off our exciting prototypes for Undaunted Stalingrad.
Shall I get it out?
Okay,
do you want to pick it up?
I'm going to pick it up because I'm not sure I'm allowed to let anybody else touch the game.
Okay, cool. It's that. Yes, I will move this aside. I'll do this.
Gracefully switch this aside.
I will do this in such a twee fashion. There we go.
All right.
As befitting the game. So, look at that.
This is
my days.
Our Behemoth, our big Undaunted Behemoth. So Undaunted Stalingrad is going to be the biggest Undaunted that we've ever made. This prototype is one of 3 in existence. It's a handmade one. It is here at the show just for showing off how beautiful and humongous it is. The game itself is continuing in the same vein as the other Undaunted games. So again, it's another war game, deck building hybrid. However, it's much bigger because this one is a resettable legacy game. We wanted to take the story and the scenarios that people really love, and we wanted to just really build on that. So we've been working with the team to really create these new branching narratives. So what you do in one scenario is going to have ramifications for further scenarios. So locations will get affected permanently. Characters that you're playing can be affected, shall we say. They can be improved, or they can be lost.
Okay.
It's got significantly more tiles, more cards, more components than all the other titles we've got. The box, I don't know if people have seen it on social media, the box is like almost 3 times bigger than the previous ones. Like, it is humongous.
Is there anything inside this?
Let me check to see if I can actually show off the inside, because obviously it's a handmade prototype. So this is going to be. Well, maybe what I should do is I should show you and not the camera. So we have scenario books. We've got, because there's a huge amount of text in this. So
we'll be careful with what you show off and no spoilers.
We've discovered from social media that some people zooming in on some components and have specifically gone, oh, this is what's inside the game. So we've got to be very, very careful. But we've got a huge amount of story from these vast books. The story changes depending on how you play. We have this, I'm not going to go full into this, but this is a huge amount of stuff. Like, this is our temporary insert. We're going to have a big plastic insert that's basically going to help track the campaign as you play. So this won't be the final product, but this is kind of what we're using to separate. But the insert itself will help track as the players play through the campaign. So depending on what your actions are, your cards will go into certain places, and it will help track the story as it goes through. We wanted it to be a legacy game that was resettable, so people can experience the story and make their journey through the Stalingrad campaign their own. But when they get to the end of it, you can then stop, you can reset, and then your 2 players can switch, play from the other side, and it's a completely different experience depending on what choices you make.
One of the interesting I wanted to think about as well, I really quite liked, because obviously with Normandy you had very much sort of squad-based feel to it, and then when you moved up to North Africa it became a little bit more sort of individual. You were playing as the long desert troops and all that kind of thing, walking around, effectively playing as single soldiers. Is there a mix of both types of gameplay within this one?
Yeah, so what you've seen in previous Undaunted games, you can expect that kind of stuff. We're bringing in vehicles, we're bringing in all kinds of squad stuff. I don't want to spoil everything.
Okay.
But yeah, you can expect the same kind of Undaunted gameplay that you love, but augmented and really pushed quite far.
Fantastic.
Maybe I've got some of the tiles. Can I get some bits and pieces out? I probably shouldn't go through these because these are going to be very spoilery.
Should we
so
just
I'm not going to go through
okay,
that.
we'll leave this for you to discover, perhaps over on Tabletop when we probably do a Let's Play of this.
Almost certainly we will have that over for you guys, because this is exactly what I assume you want to see.
Oh yeah, of course. We love some World War II. We love a bit of Undaunted. We've had some fun playing it in the past as well. If anyone's not played Undaunted, it's definitely one to go and check out. It's got a really unique system to it. I also really like that you can do it solo as well now, thanks to the additional rules that were created for it and everything like that. I assume this will be compatible with solo stuff as well?
No, actually we're not doing solo with it.
Oh, you're not doing this?
So we made a specific decision because of the way that the legacy play works. We specifically wanted this to only be 2 players.
Oh, I see that.
We couldn't build a bot that could help tell stories that were engaging. We wanted that experience to be something that the players make choices. And those choices just cannot be made by a bot, right?
So, look out for these games later. This one's coming sort of like autumn, winter, is it, for this one? October for Undaunted Stalingrad, and then August and stuff for Village Rails. There we go. Thank you very much, Benji. That was fantastic talking to you. Some amazing games to come and check out. Love a bit of train gaming. Love a bit of World War II on the tabletop. So yeah, we'll no doubt be back with more from Osprey Games in the near future. Thank you very much, Benji.
Thank you for having me.
Hi everybody, I am back at UKGE 2022. I have stopped off with Ben from Cerberus Studios to have a look at what's been happening with Mortals Reckoning. Ben, you enjoying the show?
Very much so. It's a great show. Yesterday was just superb, and today's meant to be busier, so yeah, looking forward to it.
I mean, everybody's off work today, so if you have a chance to come down, this is one of those stands you don't want to miss because they do some of the most fabulous minis on the market. So what have you got new for this year?
So this year we have our chariot, which is just on the front of the stand here. And we also have the 3-man cavalry unit and their commander, Archon Ezio. We're very proud of these new releases. They go very nicely with the rest of the Mortals Reckoning range.
Fabulous. Now, can folks pick them up on stand today?
So yes, everything you see here is for sale. Obviously the painted ones are for aesthetic purposes only, just want to stress that. But we also showcase the unpainted ones so you can see the quality of the miniatures.
Well, again, this is something I love when a stand does it is, yes, you see that absolutely gorgeous aspirational side of things where it's painted up, but whenever you see the crisp, clean detail in those grays, I don't know, it makes me want it.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, when I started this company, it was from a love of being in the gaming industry. Well, I played games since I was 10, and I've modelled from various different companies. So when I had my own, I wanted to give you something that was a joy to work with straight away. And I wanted to also deliver something where if you're an amateur painter or a professional painter, you'll always have something you love and enjoy.
Fantastic. Right. If folks are wanting to find you in the halls at the show, where are they coming to?
So we're on Moonstone Avenue. We're in Hall 2, stand 315.
Perfect. Well, here, everybody, make sure and don't miss these guys if you're coming down. I love the work they do. We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar.
Hello everybody, we are live again from UK Games Expo, and it's time to have a look at some more of the amazing cosplays that have turned up at the show. Of course, I cannot not start with my favorite, Iron Warrior. Wow!
Thank you so much, I really appreciate that.
Now, I was kind, I didn't ask you to get into it just yet.
No, I literally just got out of it, and then I just scoffed a hot dog and then ran over here, so that's why he's on his stand right now. He's just stood there, no one's in him right now.
Yeah, now, one thing a lot of people are probably going to wonder is, how much work goes into something this massive?
So far, 4.5 years.
4.5 years?
Yeah, so far, just to get him to where I want him. Now he's comfortable. I can just, 2 minutes, I can get him on, and he's comfortable to wear, and it's like wearing like a glove. Like it's just, it fits me. I've made him to fit me. So if somebody else was to go in, if they were like, let's say 5'8" or something, it wouldn't quite fit them because it's all proportioned and scaled to somebody 6'2". So that's basically how it works.
Yeah, now, some of the work that you've put in here, I'm guessing mostly EVA foam. One of the things I'm always wondering about, how do you put the lifts in the boots?
Basically, they're solid. When I say foam blocks, they're solid blocks of foam. Like when you stand on them, there's no give in them, but they're still foam, so they're super lightweight. So you get that rigidity, you get the lightweight, but you also get that what you need to stand on.
Sorry, that was me being selfish for a minute because I may want to do one of these. But no, thank you very much for bringing it along. Thank you for showing it off.
Well,
so,
I'm here representing the UKCGF as well. I better mention then, it's the UKCGF Comic and Gaming Festivals. I'm here representing them. If you guys want to pop around to our table today, we are here. We've got flyers. Come and have a chat. Come and meet the Iron Warrior. I'm here all day.
Perfect. Where can they find you in the hall?
In the hall, we are, where are we? N2?
We're in Hall 2, yeah?
Hall 2, and I'm not sure what bay it is.
All right, I tell you what, if you're coming along, just find the OnTableTop Live. They are right next door. We're neighbours.
Yeah, find
all right.
Tabletop Live. We're right next door, so.
Right, well, thank you.
No
I think we will begin calling in some of our cosplayers. So, guys, first up, we have some Demon Slayer characters, if you want to come in. So, guys, who have you came along to the show as today?
Nezuko Kamado from Demon Slayer. And I'm Kama, and I'm Kano.
Fantastic. If you guys want to give us a little twirl for the camera. And the way out is that way, ladies. Urukai! I love these guys. So, you guys are here with another one of the cosplay groups, yeah?
We're with the Galactic Knights. Yeah. We're hunting hobbits.
Oh, fun times.
We're meeting lots of new people.
Eating. Is meat back on the menu?
It is.
All right, gentlemen, you look absolutely fantastic. Give us a spin. Rush. Terrifying, absolutely beautiful work. Next up, we have ourselves a Vault Dweller. Hello, sir. Which vault have you came out of, and what terrible experiment were you subjected to?
I came out of Vault 120, where I wasn't so much the sole survivor as the only occupant.
Oh!
Based off my own house number.
So your suit, how much work have you thrown into this yourself? I'm guessing lots of stitching, lots of cardboard work?
Cardboard work on the Pip-Boy was all entirely from scratch. I used to have my phone and the app that was in here, but the phone itself unfortunately died a little bit of death, and my current phone does not fit in that if I've ever tried.
So time for an upgrade?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, give us a spin. Let people see what you've made for us. So there we have our Vault Dweller from Vault 120, a solo occupant vault. Ghostbusters, come and join me, my friends. I think we are safe here. I have not seen any Slimers running about.
No, but there is spirits in the bar.
Oh, is there? Oh. Now you know how tired I am. I did not twig the joke. So I know you guys are a member of the official Ghostbusters group, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, we are.
So I'm assuming you do events up and down the country. Do you do much running around?
Not if we can help it, not with the weight of the packs. But, yeah.
So basically the elevator comes in, you'll get the next one.
Yes, definitely.
Well, gentlemen, give us a pose, give us a twirl. Ah, they look so good. You have to love Ghostbusters. And in fact, I have a little bit of a note for everybody out there. My good buddy Shay, who I've been running around the entire event with, hasn't seen the first one. He needs education, I swear. Next up, we have Captain America himself. We've seen you for the entire event. How have you been enjoying it?
It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend, yes.
Now, the suit you're wearing, custom made or is it a bought piece?
It's a custom commissioned suit and a completely homemade shield.
Oh, you made the shield yourself?
Shield's all homemade, yes.
Okay, now that is impressive. That is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, between your leather work, the paint job, fantastic. Well, give us a twirl, sir. Oh yes, it actually hooks on. Now that is cool. We have Indiana Jones coming in, and since the last time we saw him, he's looking a little bit roughed up. Have you been in a Temple of Doom?
This is basically what Sunday of Expo will do to you.
Yeah.
You make it this far, but you look this bad.
Honestly, I love it whenever you have cosplayers who come to events who actually update and upgrade their costume through the show. Give us a spin, sir. And so I believe this is our final set coming up next. This will be a pair of doctors, unfortunately being chased by a Dalek. And hello, gentlemen. How are we?
You're in black and white. Now, shush.
So, doctor, how are we doing?
Wonderful.
Oh, yes. Judo, yes. I think you'll find he is one of me.
No, you're one of me.
Yes, and we're all together. Goo goo goo.
Yes.
Well, I mean, have you been enjoying the show?
Oh, yes, rather splendid.
Yes, you've had this place redecorated. I don't like it.
You never like anything, do you?
Oh.
I mean, I will say, it is Expo. It is bigger on the inside.
It is true, yes. Yes,
Yes.
don't say anything, Scarecrow.
You fancy pants.
All right, don't lose your head, matey.
Look, I'm outstanding in my field.
Well,
I'll
go and have a
you
cup of
know.
tea and a slice of cake.
Well, you won't have any, will you?
Yes.
You're going to get a kick in the Yetis in a minute.
Oh, quarks.
Same to you.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen, give us your finest spin and a twirl, and we will send you off into the time warp once again. And of course, finally, we have a Dalek, a very sinister creation to finish it off. Hello, Dalek. How are you? Hello. I think he doesn't want to talk to me. I think we will end it on that. If our Dalek wants to give us a spin, and we will finish up. Very, very impressive work. All right, guys, that is our cosplay for today. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We will move on. Make sure and stay tuned to the live stream, the live blog, because we have tons of prizes still to give away. We will move on, and we will see you again very soon.
Hi there guys, it's Free at UK Games Expo and I'm here with Liam from Alley Cat Games and we're going to have a look at what's going on at their booth over the weekend. Hey Liam, how's it all going?
Really great, thank you. It's great to see so many people here. It's such a great atmosphere. We've had a really great weekend so far and we're looking forward to the rest of it.
I can see you've got a ton of games going on, lots of demos. Do you want to take me through what's happening on the booth?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got sort of Cesar, Katie and Lucy are managing our sales area at the moment, getting all the games out to everyone. We've got our smaller tin games up at the front here. So Susie here is showing Catstronauts and Tinder Blocks and Kitten.
I'm so excited for Catstronauts. And have you got the new Tinder Blocks?
Not yet. So that's being produced at the moment. It's going to be ready in time for sort of November, ready for Christmas. So we're very excited to be getting that out.
I can imagine.
Ollie and David up here showing more of our tin games, and then we've got all of our demo games behind us over here.
Fantastic. So what are we demoing today?
So we've got Paper Dungeons. You may remember that from last year. That was the big hit that sold out on the first day.
Yeah.
So we've got that again this year. It's the Dungeon Crawler Roll and Write. So we're really pleased to be able to show that off to everyone.
Yep.
Next along, we've got Starfighters here. So this was our Kickstarter from November. It is a real-time dice rolling game where you've got to energize up your spaceships to fly around and blow each other out of the sky in a friendly way.
I remember this from last year. This wasn't exactly ready last year, was it?
Yes, yeah. So this is a more up-to-date prototype. You can see some of the old 3D printed pieces and some of the more final models there that we've had as we're starting to receive the manufacturing samples for the final game. So again, this will be ready Christmas time. It's going to have 4 miniature ships in it, even in the retail version. We're looking at £35 MSRP, so it's a really good price for it. Yeah,
absolutely.
So really pleased with that.
Brilliant.
Along, we've got Eternal Palace here and on the end over there. So, sorry, Eternal Palace was a Kickstarter last year. It has just been sent along with Dice Theme Park to backers over the last few weeks.
Fantastic.
So we've got some retail copies of the game at the store. Alley Cat Games is the only place you can get the retail copies at the moment. It's not going to be available in retail stores until about a month's time. So if you want a copy, come on down, grab a copy, come and get a demo. We've got 2 tables of Eternal Palace up and 2 tables of Dice Theme Park.
Yes.
In Eternal Palace, you are visiting various locations with a dice placement mechanism and as you gain points, you gain these painting layer pieces. So you can see they've all got little easels with painting, so they are going to be adding these painting pieces on. And in the back corner, just underneath David's belly there, you've got all the insert with the painting pieces that they're going to be taking to build up their own painting.
So this is really new. So for the people
Very
getting their
exciting.
first chance of giving this a go.
It's my favourite one at Turner Palace.
How interesting. And what else have we got demoing over the weekend?
So over here we have Autobahn. So this is our most successful Kickstarter ever. This funded last month. It had the highest number of backers, highest money raised. That is actually Fabio there teaching the game. So he is one of the 2 designers that designed Autobahn. This is all sort of the final art prototype that we've got. So it's still not a manufacturing copy yet, but we are working with the manufacturer now, and we're expecting to be able to get this in time for Essenspiel.
Fantastic. It's a nice way to get it tried out, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. So it's been in high demand. Wish we had more copies and more people to show it, but lots of people have been very excited about it.
I remember you were heaving last year with Dice Theme Park. I remember people couldn't get enough last year. Has it been very similar this year?
So we've got our Dice Theme Park copies down the end here. So Richard is showing these for us. It is the spiritual successor to Dice Hospital.
Yes.
So for anyone that has played Dice Hospital...
I adore Dice Hospital.
Oh, fantastic. It's a step up in complexity. So if maybe you enjoy Dice Hospital with the expansions or something like that, this is a good place to move on to. In Dice Hospital, your main focus is getting your patients out by using your rooms. In contrast, Dice Theme Park, your main focus is activating as many rooms as you can, or attractions, by using your guests.
Wow,
so it's a completely different puzzle, sort of flipped on its head. There's a spatial element to it as you bounce your guests around the park doing something we call Dice Cascade.
Right.
So it's very sort of heavy on sort of big combos where I use this guy here and I move him to this room, and then now I can activate this room and move them here, but I need another
Like
guy there, so I'm
juggling.
going to move someone over there, and sort of figuring out how to get everything optimized as best as possible.
Yep.
So we see a full game in progress here where they're all sort of getting ready to activate their guests and send them around their park. They've all got their little mascots ready so that they can boost up the excitement if they need to, or convince their guests to go on different rides. All sorts going on there.
Brilliant. For those that are here at the event and want to get involved in a demo, how have you got any space left, or how do they go about doing that?
Yeah, so it's all just come on down and play the games. So there's no booking system or anything. Space at the table, come and try the game.
Brilliant.
Check out Ammon Ray. That's going to be our game found this month. So if you do come down, have a look at this. So we've now got the art from Vincent Dutray now. So if you come and see the board, all of this, it's all sort of hand-painted art that's been scanned in for the game. This is the 20th anniversary edition. 3 brand new expansions. You can see the miniatures there for the statue expansion.
Gorgeous resources.
You can see a new 2-player and 3-player variant expansion. So previously it was just 3 to 5-player game. And we've got a new Afterlife expansion where you build your own pyramid rather than just building pyramids on the map.
Really grown on the base from where it was.
Really excited about
Absolutely. So it's not just demos that you can do over here, guys. You can get hold of these games too. Well, some of them, not all of them. You can get hold of some of the best Alley Cat games here right at the front as they are selling. For people that want to find you this weekend, whereabouts, what's the booth number?
So we are stand 1-714. So if you head in through the entrance of Hall 1, you'll see us just behind the big red Catan stand. We're all bright and blue and easy to spot.
Perfect, guys. If you want to get a chance to give Alley Cat games a go, you can sit down and run through a demo, even games that aren't even out yet. So be sure to make yourself a visit and get hold of some incredible Alley Cat games. See you soon.
Bang. Bang. Okay. You gotta love the doctors.
That pair of doctors, they're awesome. Tom Baker will probably always be my favourite, but then it's a tie between Troughton and Pertwee's doctors.
Yeah.
Just because I love, and anybody who's ever seen Troughton, he was, magical. And the chemistry those two guys have,
it is brilliant.
Bickering back and forth is fantastic.
It's exactly what you would have what you'd expect of the two doctors if they ever met. It's just glorious. It's just glorious. Hair is standing on the back of my neck. I'm gonna go back and rewatch that. It's just the bickering between them is just superb.
Oh yeah.
Are you enjoying the show? I hope you are. We still have loads to bring you guys. So next up, let me see where we're at. Next up, we have some stuff with Big Potato Games, Jerry. So if you have us lined up and we're ready to go.
Ready to rock and roll, nicely.
Hit the button.
I am joined by Nat to find out what they've got with them. Hi, Nat.
Hey, hello there.
So, what have you got?
We've got a lot. So these three are our brand new games. None of them are out yet. The first one that's coming out is called Sounds Fishy. So in this game, the question master reads something out. So it could be something like, in South Dakota, where is it illegal to fall asleep? They're reading out the card like this, and on the other side is the correct answer. Everyone else playing has been given a fish. They've either been given a red fish, but there is one blue fish. The person who has the blue fish has to say the correct answer. Everyone else has to make up a lie that they think will trick the question master. Everyone then says what they think it could be, and the question master then has to flip over each fish one by one, trying to avoid the blue herring. So it's like really exciting when you're flipping over the fish because you're like, oh, is it going to be a blue or a red one? And if you manage to flip over all the red fish and just have the blue fish left, you get the maximum amount of points.
Oh, okay.
Another game that we've got is Shoot for the Stars. So this is all about guessing as high as you dare. And when you guess, you put your little meeple onto a ship. So everyone goes around, and when you guess, you have to guess higher and higher. So it could be like, how many miles away is the moon? And each person guesses and guesses, and then you can reach a point where someone's like, no, I'm out, and they abandon ship. And then when everyone's finished, you have to see if you're on the ship and you're within the parameters. Everyone on the ship gets points. Everyone who abandoned ship doesn't get points. If it's the other way around, everyone who abandoned ship gets the points. Everyone on the ship crashes and misses and doesn't get any points.
Cool. Now, the last one has me very intrigued. Chicken versus hot dog. Yeah. The eternal question. What
And
is this one
anybody
about?
who knows
So
Justin
this
knows
is
exactly
a
why they have him
fast-paced
intrigued.
Flinging party game where you split into two teams and you are flipping over challenge cards. So this challenge card is flipping your fling'em under the leg. So you're trying to be the first team to complete as many challenges as possible. As you complete a challenge, you can flip over your chicken or flip over your hot dog, and you're trying to flip over all the way to the end to be the winner. So I'm the worst person to be demoing this because I'm absolutely rubbish, but you have to try and flip it and land it. So let's just imagine that
Hang on.
landed.
Let me give this a go. Nope.
It's trickier than it looks, but yeah, we've had people flinging them all over the stand, and we're actually doing a competition today where if you, the whole weekend we're doing the competition, if you do a trick shot with a fling'em and film it and upload it to either Instagram or TikTok, you could win £100 and all of our brand new games.
Wow.
We've had someone fling it at someone's head and stick it on their head. We had someone go all the way over there and wang it all the way across, and it's stuck to the other side of this. We've seen some incredible things already, and we're so excited to see them all online and see who can be the winner.
I mean, you're making me mildly nervous. I am a bald man. If they just comes in and just goes doink in the side of the head, that might be a winner.
Could it be worth £100 though?
All right, well, Nat, thank you very much for talking to us. Everybody, if you're coming to UK Games Expo, make sure and come and check out Big Potato Games. Where are you guys at in the halls?
We're in Hall 1, stand 614.
All right, we'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Yep. 100%.
Oh man! What is that game called? Wang It? Did they?
Yeah. Pretty sure that was it.
Oh wow! Oh, God. I've got to find out if it was planned to have Justin there for that particular interview.
Everybody else, Shay, Free, Ben, myself, we all passed over it.
The look of fear in his face. He reached for the hot dog. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, I'm loving it. This winner, this is this is the most wonderful show I have ever been to in my life.
I mean,
oh,
certainly that game, if it's not up for some sort of UKGA award,
oh,
can we give them an OTT one?
They've got an OTT award. We've got to get that back to the studio. I can wang them just all day long. Oh, love it. Love it.
Shall we?
Back to all seriousness now. Yeah, where are we going to next?
We're going to check out Tinkerbot Games.
Okay. Hit play and let's see what they've got.
Hi everybody, I am back at UK Games Expo 2022. I have stopped off with Bevan and Tom from Tinkerbot Games to have a look at what they've been doing. Now, you may remember a few years ago, we did a Let's Play for Ghost Tell, which was tons of fun. I had to come back to these guys to find out what they've been up to. Bevan, what have you got this year?
We've got the spiritual successor, FNAF, of Ghostal here. So now that Ghostal is all finished, they've scared all those people out of the hotel. They've now got to move on to fixing those gardens that are around the hotel. Unfortunately, because ghosts can't use lawnmowers, where they've had to hire these monsters to do the work for them. So ostensibly it's a bidding game where you're trying to bid on tiles in rows and columns, but there's also a noughts and crosses style element with the special abilities, where if you get like 3 zombies in a row, you get an improved special ability. We've then also got the different ways of scoring. So once you've got your plants and your ornaments, you place them in your garden. They score based on where you place them. So things like the blood orange likes to be surrounded by unique things. Pumpkins like to grow in patches. And the various other flowers we've got there as well. We've also upgraded the system a little bit to make them double-sided. So you've now got 2 different ways to score each of the plant types. So you've got almost infinite variety as you can mix and match the scoring methods. We've also got some very exciting stretch goals that we'd like to sort of include in the Kickstarter if we can.
Minis, we like minis.
Some lovely minis. Yeah, I know you guys are fans of those. So we're hoping to get this involved as well. And some of the monsters. So one of the things you can do is hire better monsters for your crew here in the garden thing. So you've got things like werewolves, which are good doggos. They like to fetch things, they like to dig stuff up for you, which is great. You've got the vampires who are just super fast and able to do things really, really quickly. And you've got the mummies that help you build stuff. So, obviously because they're architects back in the day, I suppose.
Yeah.
So yeah, real mix, a bit of everything.
Cool, cool. Okay, now, you don't just have games on stand this year, you have something else. So I need to switch across and speak to this man. Tom, you are building what I have to say is some of the nicest, most eclectic looking gaming tables I have ever seen. Are these available at the show?
These are, yes. We've been making tables for about 4 or 5 years now, and our whole mantra is to make it at high street table prices. So a table that works as a dining table in the evening, and a gaming vault, a gaming table at the weekends, all of it is the same kind of price as high street furniture. Lights, slats, card rails, always a standard, no hidden prices. Maybe don't ask me to tile it like this one, because Bevan owes me quite a few pints. And you maybe don't want the moss on it, but as standard, you can have an 8-seater table for less than £1,000.
Well, here, you've got a clean one down here that's not all dolled up for the show. So let's take a very quick little dander down. Just to have a look, because I do see there's quite a few little features and accessories to this.
Yeah, so as standard we offer the card rails, which until you've had them, you don't know the power of this little card rail. We do things like add your graphics and your information on your customizable chunky dice trays. Cup holders, because everybody always needs cup holders and they're useful. We do things like the personalized player sheets. There's not a lot of real estate here, so about 4 years ago, we started doing things like customizable extra little player areas, magnetic overlays that keep track of all your character tokens, so that when you nudge it, nothing moves out of place. And again, add your name to it all, and you've got that little extra touch that we think...
just that little flavour.
A little bit of spice to it.
Yeah. All right, so if folks are looking to come and meet you guys this weekend at UK Games Expo, what is the stand number?
What is the stand number? Gino, what's the stand number?
2T26.
Well scripted, this interview.
Well, I like to do it off the cuff. Guys, thank you very much for talking to me. I love what you do. I cannot wait to try and get that down on tabletop. It looks absolutely fabulous. As soon as you have a prototype, I want it. I want it. Like,
Absolutely, no
like,
problem.
can I take that one with me? No.
I may have a spare in the back. You can take. I don't know.
Ooh, if you do,
A little rummage.
I mean, if you're looking for us, we are up at the fish tank where we're doing the live stream. So maybe run it up to us later. All right, guys, get your comments in below. What do you think? Are you looking to get yourself a new gaming table, or are you excited for the spiritual successor to Ghost Town? We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Yes, indeedy.
Interesting stuff.
Right, we have a we have another live segment coming up where Ben is going to sit down with Tamsin from Loke Battle Mats. I really have to blag some of them books off Loke Battle Mats, man.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I'm
And
surprised you haven't
they've
already.
sold out of the combat cards, you know.
Really?
They have sold. I went.
That's a
look,
terrible, terrible shame.
I know. We need more. We need more. And they have some amazing stuff on the way, but they can talk about that. In the meantime, though, Jerry, you had a chance. I love the producers now are totally trolling me because this one is literally down here as Jerry's long one. So apparently this is you talking to Free League.
Yeah.
And I've been warned it's a long one.
It's not long. I'm always straight and to the point.
Oh, absolutely. Right, Jerry, let's catch up with Free League.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again at the UKG 2022. I'm joined by Matthias from Free League to talk about all things RPG, and it is literally all things. You're no longer just a couple of RPGs there sitting away in the corner. You seem to expand at a rate of knots. So, tell us a bit about yourself and what you've got on display.
Well, as you said, things have been happening pretty fast over the last couple of years. Luckily, we're starting in a familiar place with the golden oldies, with Mutant, which was the first Free League game that hit the international market in 2015, I think. Followed by Symbaroum, which was the first today Free League is two companies that merged in 2018, so this was a Järnringen's first international hit, you can say. So, but then stuff has happened over the last couple of years, and we can safely say that it has been quite a rapid ride, thanks to games such as Alien. Most recently now, we're soon coming up here on the One Ring role-playing game, which released this year. And then, of course, we recently did a Kickstarter for the Blade Runner, official Blade Runner RPG, which will be coming later this year.
Well, that was one of the things a few of our followers were asking about the Blade Runner RPG. When you're looking at taking on an IP like that, how much rein do you have to actually get in and start doing exciting stuff yourself? Are there a lot of constraints on it?
I mean, we always have the two ambitions going into that sort of projects, and that's also true for Alien and things like Twilight, which is a classical RPG brand that we picked up a couple of years ago. And being, first and foremost, making a game that provides a good gaming experience, of course. Yeah. Second, being true to the sources. Yeah. And that really takes some collaborations with the IP owners, with the brand managers and lore masters of IPs like Blade Runner and Alien. And luckily we had a really good collaboration over the years with those guys. So we couldn't have done it without that collaboration.
And I see we've some more of Symbaroum, this time the runes of Symbaroum.
Yeah, this is an odd duck so far in the Free League stand, but going to conventions here, but especially stateside, we always meet people who say they love this game so much, but they can't get their players to play anything but 5e. So was kind of we thought, let's give it a try, and it has reached backers by now. It officially releases Tuesday next. And it has landed pretty well, I must say. So
we give a copy away on the live stream yesterday to one lucky fellow. I see Vesson, possibly one of my favourite of all of your line that you do, and I'm looking forward to Mythic Britain and Ireland landing with me.
Yeah, with any luck during the summer. these days shipping and even printing is quite a challenge or a circus even sometimes. So, but we feel pretty confident that these 2 copies are, proof of
prototypes.
Prototypes that we just have on display here for people to browse.
We also have another classic with Twilight 2000. That in and of itself could be used as building material. There's a lot of content in that box.
Oh yeah, and I must say, because this is one of my colleagues, Thomas Herenstam, who sadly can't be here with us this year. This was a real dream project of his, and he's done a super job, not only bringing the old Twilight 2000 vibe back, but also giving it the real depths when it comes to the story potential and the potential for drama, and So this one is, I also like it, even if I didn't play it way back when.
And here we have, I'm going to go with Mjörkborg, but I'm positive that's not how it's pronounced. But this is something that you also do, you publish for other companies then?
Yeah, actually, there's this collective of game makers, OSR game makers, called Stockholm Cartel. And one of Johan Noor, who is the graphic designer and artist behind Mjörkborg, he originally was a member of Järnringen and is the graphic designer behind Symbaroum, for instance. So we have had a contact all the way along. And when they came up with this, it was really hard not to, cater to the needs when it comes to printing, distribution, and shipping. So it's been wild seeing their success, and we're so happy for it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it as well, and also the fact that so many people are getting involved with it and taking it in their own direction.
Oh yeah.
Another big IP, obviously, Alien, you've already mentioned, a huge one, and I think the way it's set up where you can play sort of narrative campaign or just little sort of episodes is beautifully tailored as well.
Yeah, again, one of the games that I tend to stay out of the IP. I like the freedom of creating my own stuff. Sure. But the team that worked on this has really brought something special to the table. The cinematic mode is beautiful in its horror and in its potential for immersion in this. Really, we all know the setting.
Yeah.
Now we get to live in it.
And we're finishing off with a couple of other sci-fi lines. So we have Coriolis and Tales from the Loop.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have the core books on display, and the same goes for a lot of other stuff that sold out already on the first day. But Coriolis is one of our own IPs, and we will see the third and final part of this massive adventure chronicle or campaign that's called Mercy of the Icons later this year. And then we have Tales from the Loop, obviously based on Simon Stålenhag's art books. And for that, we have just, or quite recently, some months ago, released a board game. Which you can find here at our booth on UK Games Expo or in our store.
Well, if people are looking for you, what is the booth number?
Honestly, I don't know. We have to check the floor. It's 1536.
Right. We're not going to go quite yet because I want to bring in Anna and talk about one more thing, which is a little while ago, Free League put out a call for people who were fans of their games to sign up to become convention GMs and to display your games. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, we love that people play our games, and we want to encourage that. So if you go to a convention or some type of public event that has a website and start in the beginning, and you play a Free League game, you can get a little discount in our web store. So it's basically, we want to encourage people to play our games and get more people involved in our games because we love them.
It's a good way to go. At the moment, I want to say there's 8 scenarios for a variety of the games that you're constantly adding to. There was a new one added fairly recently, I think, for the One Ring.
Yeah.
How often do you plan on sort of expanding that, or is it going to be a case of whenever somebody has the spare time?
I think option 2, if I'm going to be honest. We try to have one for each product, so we push each product, and and then So occasionally, like, it will happen. No promises made.
If people want to become a GM, if they've already got some Free League games at home, do you know where they should be going to sign up?
Yes, to freeleaguepublishing.com under community, and you get to sign up, and then you will get a little newsletter from me once in a while. Also, when I have time and when I have something like smart to say, so I don't spam you guys. So it's maybe once every 3 months, so no spamming. And then you will also get access to our forum where you can meet like-minded people, and that's been kind of fun. People organizing, like the Italian GMs organizing and so on.
Well, if people are already RPGers, they'll know the European version of Free RPG Day comes up at the end of July, July 23rd. I believe I'm actually running Vesson at our store back in Northern Ireland. So if you're already into GMing and you want to find out a bit more, if you've already got the games, then go and sign up for it, because you can get some free scenarios and also a bit of money off if that's your thing. We're going to head on now and check out what else there is to see here at the UK GE. Let us know what you think below. Hello folks, we are back once again at the UK GE 2022, and once again I'm joined by the chaps who have been running the fantastic Band of Brothers table, all in aid of the National Kidney Federation. Now, throughout the weekend they've been selling raffle tickets for a couple of different prizes, so Logan, we're going to do the draw live so people can find out whether or not they've won anything. Where are we going to start off? What's the first prize people can win?
First prize we're doing is we have the Band of Brothers starter set with a Tiger too, because we've been graciously having help from both Warlord and Rubicon with this.
Okay, so we're going to pick out the first winner, and if you're watching along at home, and if you're very, very lucky, this could well be you. And our winner is?
Rob.
Oh, Rob, short and sweet and to the point. Well, Rob, they have your details. They will be contacting you very shortly. However, the big prize here is a Band of Brothers jacket belonging to one of the crew members, was it?
Yeah, it was the cast and crew. It was donated actually when we got here by the people here. So, big one time, one ticket, and...
Ooh, name on the back of that one, is there?
60, Ben Pose, number 60.
Okie dokie, well there you go. If you haven't already seen the videos we did with the guys already this weekend, it's a fantastic charity. If you are the winners, then congrats you, well done, because, well, why wouldn't you not want to own some World War II goodness and some TV trivia goodness as well? Thanks very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm going to saunter over this way because we have, chatting away on the sofa, Tamsin from Loke and also Little Ben. Little Ben, over to you.
Oh, yes, we were having a conversation about D&D, which I think is quite apt actually for what we're going to be talking about now. So I'm here with Tamsin from Loke Battlemats, and we're going to be talking about the amazing things that you guys create. So we had a little bit of video with you folks over the weekend already, where we were talking about some of your products and all that kind of thing as well. But for anyone who doesn't know, what's Loke Battlemats all about, and what do you create?
We make maps for RPG encounters like Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, and they're bound in books, which is super handy. So when you're running role-playing games, you've always got a map to hand, and it's ideal for use of miniatures or for reference material, and they're all like clean, lots of different themes, lots of different maps. And like we were talking about Dungeons & Dragons as well, so it's something for everyone really, and it's just a bit of a time saver. It makes life easy. Because if you're running a game, you've got lots to think about. You've got to plan your campaign, plan your storyline, try and guess what your players are going to do to you halfway through the session. There's lots going on, and at least this way you don't have to worry about drawing maps.
Yeah, very true. Should we have a look inside one of these and show it off, shall we? Yeah, so do you want to do the honours and open it up for us and see what's inside? Because one of the nice things about these is they're all ring bound, as you can see here, which means that they lay flat on the table and stuff. So let's go for this one first, shall we? Yeah, let's go for that one. Let's go for that one, yeah. And we open it up and show off some of the designs and that kind of thing as well. So as you can see, lots of really nice detail and that kind of thing. So do you work with a whole bunch of different artists and stuff, or do you have one or two? Or
we have one currently.
One artist? Oh, okay.
Matt, my husband.
Oh, fantastic. There we go, yeah.
I believe you've met.
We have, yes, yeah.
He designs all the maps. And it's a bit of a passion, as you can probably tell. He's been playing, as we were just talking actually, he's been playing D&D since he was about 12. and forever DM, always running the games. And we started, actually funny enough, we started off doing like the big Warhammer maps because he's a big tabletop gamer, and X-Wing as well. And he started doing games for his, maps for his D&D games, and it sort of all took off from there really a few years back. So yeah, but he designs everything, and then we get to test play all the maps before they come into the books in our family game at home, and my daughter plays with us as well. So it's a great thing to do.
One of the nice things I really like about it is you've got so many different environments and things. So obviously you've got things like a nice little bridge and chasm set up there, which is pretty cool. Those trees look quite far down. Don't fall onto those. That's not too far away. And then you've got little sort of like broken forest areas for camp settings when you inevitably get ambushed by somebody in the woods and all that kind of stuff as well. It's all gridded out as well, which is always quite nice as well. And as you say, it's wipe clean and things. The other thing is you can match these up with other big books and the smaller ones as well. Yeah? So.
Yes, this is one of our modular sets. So this is the Wilderness. So if you pass me over Volume 1, I don't know how much this I can fit on your table, but they do get quite big quite quickly.
Slide that down there and we'll see if it'll put together.
So seamlessly.
As we find the... Oh, here we go. Fantastic. There we go.
Line them up.
Yeah.
Out of 2 books, you can make a 2x2 play area.
Oh, awesome.
Because funnily, we made our first book, which I remember you guys having a look at, and it's A4, and it's absolutely brilliant. Fits in your bag, fits on your shelf, super handy. But guys were like, I love it, but you know, a bigger map could be handy sometimes. So then we made a giant book in A3, and like, I love these maps. They're so big, it's great. There's so much room to move around, but it doesn't fit on my bag on my shelf anymore. And so we're like, right, okay, give us a minute. So we've made these modular ones. So for a 1 foot square book, you get a 2x2 map. And the nice thing is that you can line up lots of different combinations, so you can keep the big areas, and you get this great, almost like a fog of war effect, where the party's coming up to the edge of a map, you can just turn the page and really spring something surprising on them.
Yeah. That means you could. I love the idea of like doing like a chase scene through a wood. So you'd start on one of these and then you'd run through and then add different books along and take ones off and that kind of thing. That could be kind of cool.
You can keep them going and going and going. Yes.
So we're seeing some of the fantasy ones that you guys have done here, but you also do sci-fi and all sorts of different things like that as well for people to dive into.
Yes, we've got a sci-fi range and also cyberpunk as well.
Yes. Oh yes, licensed cyberpunk stuff, which is very, very cool. So have you picked up the Cyberpunk Red starter set and anything like that? And you want to have some cool mats to lay out all your designs and that kind of thing? That's definitely one to go for. I think it's really cool. I also want to point out that like these are all very awesome and it's fantastic, but you guys also do like really cool adventure packs for people. So if you want to dive in and you're starting with D&D or Pathfinder or anything like that, specifically more around 5th edition at the moment and things, isn't it? You can get up one of your packs, a couple of which are on Kickstarter quite recently as well, which is quite good. And those can be used to get you basically started with the game, can't you? Basically,
yeah. Yeah, essentially we've got a written book out at the moment, which is Untold Encounters of the Random Kind, which is 1,000+ random encounters.
Jerry loves that behind the camera. He's a big fan of that one.
It's just something to spark the imagination. You can roll it, you can use it to plan, it's a great tool. And we've taken that one step further for our toolboxes on Kickstarter. So they combine up a written adventure with some random encounters and some unique monsters and a map pack to go with it as well. So it's a bit of everything. It's a great tool to get everyone started. And also, if you want to run an adventure start to finish with all the maps and everything to go with it, then everything you need is in the box.
So, if you've had your family over to UK Games Expo this year, maybe you've been playing in the family zone, diving into some of those RPGs, maybe you've then gone and found D&D and you're picking up one of the boxes and thinking about getting started, head on over to Loke Battle Mats and have a look at what you guys create, because it's really, really fun. We cover it in all of our videos as well, do some really nice sort of Warren Meets Matt and unboxings and all that kind of thing, where we show off all these mats and stuff and have good fun with them. And hopefully we'll be able to play them, use them in some of our live games and things in the future. That would be quite fun. Do a little bit of role playing or something, that could be good as well. So yeah.
Absolutely.
What's in the future for you folks in the next couple of months then?
Oh gosh, we've just launched a really exciting initiative which is called Maps for Writers, where we're licensing out our maps for use in written materials and RPG adventures at thumbnail scale. So if you like writing adventures but you don't like drawing the maps to go in them, then you can use our maps for free with a license. And then we've got so much. We've got a new giant book coming out in September, a new box of adventure coming out, a new modular set, Castles, Crypts and Caverns, start of 2023. And yeah, so much happening next year as well. We've been
Secret things that we can't really talk about, maybe?
There are some secret things I can't really talk about. But yeah, lots of excitement, and we're really, really just busy. Got so much coming up, and we're so many people getting in touch and like, can you draw this, can you draw that? We're like, oh god, that's a good idea, they're fantastic, so yes.
Fantastic stuff. Well, yeah, if you want to go and check out Loke Battle Mats, definitely do that. If you want to go and pick up some of these amazing books, make sure to go and find them at your stand. So yeah, if you're seeing this on some of the cameras that are dotted here around the hall and all that kind of thing, and you're like, what are those amazing books? Go and find them in Hall 1. Do you remember your stand number? It's Hall 1, basically. Don't worry. It's easy enough to find. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I put you on the spot there, which is very mean of me. I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, some fantastic stuff from Loke. Obviously, we love what they do, and hopefully we've shown off some of the fantastic things that you guys create. So yeah, we'll be back with more videos and stuff in the future. I'm going to throw back to you folks in the studio. Bye for now.
Hello everybody and welcome back to UK Games Expo 2022. I have stopped off with P-Works to find out, are they happy to be back at shows? Have they brought anything cool? Guys, you enjoying it?
Yes, we are really...
Yeah, so we have a really great day today. The first day, it's a very good trade show. A lot of people. We are very happy to coming back here.
Yeah, and it's great just to see people in person. So finally we are here after 3 years, and everything looks like before and even better, so it's great.
Excellent. Have you brought anything new along to tempt people with this year at the show?
Yes, of course. We have all our ranges. We could show, for example, one of the latest mats that we have released. Maybe.
It's called the Underhive. It's perfect for sci-fi games, especially Necromunda.
Oh wow, I like it. It looks really good.
And we also have created a range of MDF that we launched this year that it's called the Hive, and it's perfect for this. Maybe then we show it afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
And yes, this is just an example, but we brought all the different sizes and design of our mats, and they are never enough.
Of course.
Never enough. So we said out of stock really too many times already today at the first day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yes.
So you're
probably we will sell chairs and tables, but, we are here for that.
Well, just don't sell the intern. So you're saying you have an MDF range now, yes?
The MDF
Let's come and have a quick look at it, yeah? So, this is for your Hive range then, yeah?
Yes, for the Hive, it's the Hive kits.
5 kits, okay? They are modular scenery that could match perfectly to create an Underhive setting for Necromunda. There are walls, columns, doors, opening doors, and also platform stairs to let the players play game on different levels, first floor, second floor, third floor.
Awesome.
But then of course we have all the other ranges, all the sci-fi, what's perfect for Warhammer, and then also a little bit, little touch of fantasy with the Lostburg kit. And yeah, it's an example of a demo table. This is combat zone and some industrial on a landscape that is the lands of Mars. So it's a Martian planet.
I mean, fantastic. I am really happy to hear that you guys are doing so well at the show. If people are wanting to come along and see you tomorrow, if you haven't sold out, you know, and sold the chairs and the intern, where can they find you in the hall?
Yes, definitely. So then they can find also all the RPG accessories and materials. So maybe on the other side.
Oh, sorry, I was ending too soon. But wait, there's more.
There's more, of course.
So what do we have up here?
We have the combat book. This is a book of rewritable RPG maps. It's a 62 pages book.
45 different
45 different maps of fantasy settings, the most popular for fantasy roleplay games. It's in A3 format with a grid of 1 inch for Dungeons & Dragons Pathfinder. And so it's rewritable. You can use whiteboard markers and write erase, and play several times.
And this is another new product, a new line.
Yes.
So these are tiles for RPG.
This piece is never enough.
Of course, and they are as well in MDF 3mm. They are modular tiles with different settings. The most bestseller are the dungeon, the tavern. Of course, whenever you play a role-playing game, you are always in a tavern.
An open kit.
Or yeah.
This is the dungeon kit with several tiles, several doors. You can mix the parts, create your own setting as you wish.
And
Awesome.
you can, of course, paint them
Yes,
with
yes,
acrylic
this is a
colors,
natural
just like
color.
a terrain. And then, of course, we have the old but gold battle grid is a rewritable map.
That's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic.
It's not old, it's classic.
It's classic. You're totally right.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
are not
Or vintage.
Ale. We are not old.
We are not old,
classic.
we are classic.
So we have different landscapes and settings. So the ice, the desert, the forest, and the dungeon. And then, of course, the dice trays. We have different, a lot of different designs. And yeah, I think that's it.
Fantastic. So if people are trying to find you in the halls, what is your booth number?
Oh, 746.
746, yes.
Is that 746? We really hope it's 746.
We think it's that.
Well, everybody, make sure and come and check out P-Work. They make some amazing stuff, from terrain to mats to dice trays, you name it, they probably have it for you and the intern. We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Bow.
Yeah, I'm hanging out for the bow. Well,
that's what I always keep looking out
so
for.
much is going on now.
Oh God, yeah. I'm running around like a horsefly trying to keep up with everything.
Thank you to everybody on the chat who is feeling sorry for me that I'm not getting out there to do the whole Warren meets Matt thing.
I can understand it, but Warren met a Matt.
I did meet a Matt. This one here, this is a Kraken Matt.
Yeah.
And I don't mean Kraken as in, it's a Kraken Matt.
Although
it's made
also,
by
yes.
It's made by Kraken. Beautiful, beautiful Starfield. This one. I might even take this one to play my wee sci-fi spaceships games on.
Yeah, be good for X-Wing or A Billion Suns. Where
Do you know what
the
I'm
scale is
thinking?
correct.
Do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking this year, right?
Mhm.
I might do the Warren Signature Series.
Oh, like a range of mats officially endorsed.
A range of mats, not only endorsed, but concepted by me and drawn out in crayon.
Oh, yeah, that's got a whole unique thing.
So it's in all seriousness, I'm thinking, right? I've been in this business long enough.
Mhm.
I have groped many mats and loved them hard.
Do you know what makes a good mat?
I know what makes a good mat.
It's all about the textures.
So I was thinking, what I would do is a signature series, signature series.
Well done.
Right, and I would reach out to each of the mat manufacturers.
Yeah.
That I've reviewed and looked at their stuff of over the years, and I would get each of them to do a unique signatured concept on what I think would be an amazing mat that doesn't exist yet.
I like the idea. Generally, though, with signature things, you have to scroll your signature on it somewhere, and you don't like having the company logo on your mat. So what's going to happen whenever you've got your massive gold Warzone autograph at the corner? Maybe you could incorporate that into the map design.
Yeah.
When looked from above, this ruined, desolate cityscape just spells Warzone.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how you know it's there.
If I get it, do you know what I would get? I'd create a symbol. Do you remember the Iron Maiden, the little Iron Maiden sneaky symbol that they put
They
into
would sneak in here, there, and
to
everywhere.
everything?
Yeah.
So you would know it was a Warzone signature mat from the little symbol that would be embedded in it somewhere. Because I really don't like any branding whatsoever on my mats. And the other thing about the Warzone signature series is I would experiment with the type of mats, so they wouldn't all be the same. So
maybe some fleecy goodness, some neoprene stuff.
Maybe some
vinyl,
fleecy
yeah.
goodness. It's nice to dream.
We can, yeah.
Yeah.
My whole life's a dream.
Hey, worst case scenario, if I can't do it, you'll get a printed home thing made with crayons.
Chalkboard. Maybe.
Right. Too much noise.
Yeah.
Need more signal. Who are we going to
We've
next?
got Nailer Games coming up next.
Let's hit it.
Hi there, Free here at UK Games Expo, and I have stopped over at Nailer Games, and I'm here with James to have a look at what's going over on the stall. What can you tell us? What's happening today?
Well, it's really cool because we've got our new prototype of our latest game, which I'm very excited to share, which is known as Pitch, or Board Games, the Board Game, the Card Game.
Wow, that sounds interesting. Do let me know. What does that mean?
Well, so in this game, you're actually a game designer, and you get to make 3 games
in 25 minutes, starting with a bloated masterpiece, a reliable gateway game, and then a mass market cash cow.
Oh, nice.
And each of these games is made up of a lot of different idea cards, each of which we have really gone to town with. But each one is themed of a different game theme, with different artwork that people, may or may not recognise, possibly. From,
not Wings fan, no, not at all.
I don't know what you're referring to there at all.
No idea.
But that's very much the idea of the game. We wanted to make something that was like a kind of a bit of a love letter to games in general. Kind of something that hobbyists would just love. They can see their favourite games in. They're full of kind of interesting references, but would also be like a really great filler game that you could play in like 25 minutes. And just to start your board game evening off.
That's what I was going to say. These ones, this particularly, I always spend a warm-up game at the beginning of my board games night.
Right.
This looks right up my street. That's fantastic.
That's exactly what I want to do, like the perfect warm-up game. So it's actually got two components to it. You can play just the first part, which is a kind of like a light Euro-y card optimization kind of game. But you've also got at the end, you have the section where you actually choose a row to pitch, and then you pitch your game concept to everyone else at the table.
Okay.
You've got 1 minute, come up with a title, and it incorporates each one of these different themes or game mechanics. And then everyone votes for their favourite game. So it's like that little bit of everything. You've got that little bit of a social fun game, you've got that little bit of optimization kind of card play, all in 25 minutes, get your board game evening going.
That's fantastic. How many people can get into pitch?
So it's 2 to 6 players, but actually we've got a party game variant as well that comes with it, that plays up to 20.
That's awesome.
2 teams of game designers against each other. And then one person we call the Unreasonable Publisher. And the Unreasonable Publisher basically judges which games are favourite, but they keep changing their requirements as to what game they need the game.
That sounds quite accurate, in all fairness. It does, doesn't it?
Very accurate. Dare I say, as a publisher myself, maybe too accurate. I'm not sure.
Can people get hold of pitch at the event? Or
so this is still prototype stage.
Amazing.
We've got even more to do on the artwork. We want to take this to the next level. But you can do is sign up for the mailing list. You can actually do that also on the website at boardgamegame.com.
Brilliant.
boardgamegame.com, and also at the event we'll sign you up to the mailing list, and then when we go live, hopefully in autumn, October, November this year, you'll be able to back it on Kickstarter.
Yay! So be sure to look after this one on Kickstarter, guys, because this sounds like a really, really fun game to get involved in. You're going to be put in the front and centre as a designer to pitch your own game. That sounds like so much fun. What else have we got on the stall today?
Well, we've also got Magnate as well. So this is Magnate the First City. This has been out in retail for a little while now, but it's really cool because we are now working on our first reprint for it.
Great.
And we're going to be doing the Korean and German versions at the end of the year as well.
Fantastic.
It's hugely successful for us, so I'm really pleased that it's going really well. And so we have it for sale here today as well. And people just get a chance to come and see it. We can talk them through it. And we've got demos as well, although already, to be honest, most of those demos are pretty much fully booked up for the rest of the weekend as well.
That's fantastic. So for anybody looking at Magnate, can you give me what's the game about?
So what Magnate's about is it's a city building game, but it's with a big twist, where it's from a property developer's perspective. So you're a developer trying to make as much money as you can and going through a property boom, and the game ends at a huge market crash, where the market overheats.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what I think a lot of people are hoping for, to be honest. Maybe they'll actually buy a house, I don't know. And that's what it's all about. So what you're doing is you can kind of manipulate the market, you're trying to choose the best places to buy, the best places to build on, where you're going to construct buildings in the right locations. It's like a really tight, quite ruthless economic game, but one I think that is actually pretty accessible as well.
That's what I love about Magnate personally, is it's very accessible and relatable.
Yes.
It is, and I find that very much with pitch as well, so I'm seeing quite a nice theme going on here, that they are relatable.
That's the kind of things that we like, absolutely.
And what is mini expansions? What have we got here?
Right, okay, so this is something that we did on the Kickstarter, and it's only available from us, which is the Tycoon mini expansions, which are essentially a set of expansions for Magnate. You get a whole new building, which is the apartment tower complex. Very fancy. I feel like it's a lot one of those buildings in Dubai.
Oh, yeah, that does look fancy.
It's a bit like that. You've got a blind bidding turn order. Some people like provide an even more ruthless bidding system. That's really good for that. And then we've got the employee cards, which are asymmetric powers that each player can use to do different things. They're all like different people who work for building companies, like architects or business development managers, or different people who will help you give you special powers during the gameplay.
That sounds fantastic. So you can take it even further than the original.
You can take it further than the original. I mean, like, it's deep enough, I think, as an original, very replayable, but this just takes it to that next level.
That sounds wonderful. Guys, if you are around at the event, be sure to stop by at Naylor Games. If people are here, whereabouts can they find you? What's the booth
we're
number?
in Hall 2. Stand T23. We're right on the edge of the wall. I think the best direction is the absolutely enormous Ultra Pro and GameGenic stands. If you can find those, we're right next door.
There you go. So you can see Ultra Pro here, right next to it. So guys, if you are around, please do make sure to visit. You can have a look at a new prototype and get a good stuck in to a bit of Magnate. Hope to see you soon, guys. See ya.
Oh, he cut me off mid-swing.
Can't give you too many booms.
Ah.
Give you too many booms, you'll just be all boomed out.
Right. Plenty of people have been asking about the van braces. Yes. Justin went off, and when we weren't looking, bought himself another pair of van braces. He's absolutely convinced that they make a difference and that they give him van brace power to make his way through the throngs at the UK Games Expo.
We're not sure if that's true, but it keeps him happy.
It keeps him happy, yes. We die of embarrassment every time he does it. We absolutely do. As does anybody that is connected to our community. We apologize to all of the Cult of Games members, the COGs. Yes, we know, but he doubled down on it this year. He totally did. Right. However, if you're in the market for your own set of van braces, this next stand that we're going to may well be able to fit the bill for this.
Yeah.
We're going to go and check out the Cognitive Merchant.
Everybody, we are back at UKGE 2022. I have stopped off with one of my favorite people at the show, Jay, the Cognitive Merchant, because he is my man for bracers. Jay, what have you got at the show this year?
So, I've got lots of dice bags. They're all real leather. I have actually done some faux leather ones this time. I've just got the 4-5, but all the real leather ones and the faux ones, they're all handmade by myself. They hold about 25 sets of polyhedral dice. Then after that, I've got loads of accessories. I've got the braces that I've done, the van braces. I've got hats, I've got armor. I've even started doing D20 chokers that you can take the dice in and out of. And
I was very tempted to get one from a missus back home.
Yeah.
I think she might dig it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're cute, they're sexy, and they're nerdy. What more can you want, right?
I mean, what I can really want is for you to tell everyone at home your stand number so they can come and find you.
It is 237.
237.
Wait, let me double check. 273.
273. All right, guys, make sure and come and check this guy out because he does some fantastic accessories and stuff. I adore it. I'm going to be here every single year. I'm just warning you now. I will be here every year.
That's okay. I'll make sure that I've got armor every single time.
Perfect. Basically, each year I'll buy a new piece. So, next year the chest plate, then the leg guards, then the helmet. Then I'll be fully decked out and safe at the con. All right, Jay, it's always a pleasure, mate. Everybody, we'll move on. Get your comments down below. We'll see you again soon.
Let me see. I have guests. I have little guests. Hello, little dudes. Hello. Are you having a good day? Yes. Right, get your mother in. Get your mummy in. Right, so we set ourselves a challenge this year. This is my family. For anybody that doesn't know, this is Andrea, who puts up with all my nonsense. This is Savannah, Manny, Max, and Jack. And we set ourselves a challenge. This is our first time as a family coming to the UK Games Expo. In fact, it's our first time as a family actually making it to any games convention. So we set a challenge to see just what it was like for families to do it. So move over, boys, and let your mummy in there. Oh, no, you're not, because we'll not be able to hear you. So, what was the verdict, Andrea, as the mum having to lead them all around this year?
Take plenty of money.
Absolutely.
Have plenty of time.
Yeah.
We split it over the 3 days, which made it workable with a young family.
Okay, so definitely, we were thinking this before we even arrived, Joe. But with the young family, definitely spending the extra 2 days here makes a difference. Yeah.
That way you can pace it and you can go around and just familiarise yourself with the area.
Yeah.
And then you can play games and then go and look for where to buy the games.
Yes. Yeah.
So you need the 3 days.
So, kiddies, I see you all wandering around with loot.
Yes.
Andrea, are we going to have to remortgage or something now after this? Okay. Right. Well. Okay. Well, let's find out. Okay, Jack, you say hello to everybody at home.
Hello.
Hello. Well, Jack, what did you get today? What is it you got?
I got card games, I got lots of cards, and I got a badge with it.
You got lots of cards on a badge with it. You hold that up high so as everybody can see it. So Jack is a massive Pokemon fan. So that was your swag. Did that make you happy, kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Move you over, and we'll let the next smallest one in. Okay. So this is Max. Max, say hello to everybody at home.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. And hold up what you got. What did you get?
I got Happy City.
Ooh.
Happy City is where you have one business and you have 3 coins when you start. And then you're trying to get as much height and as much money as you can. And every time you get 3 or 4, 5, 6 until 9, you can buy businesses.
Ah. Do you want to tell the viewers at home what you might like to be when you grow up?
An accountant.
An accountant. Good man. Right, let's get the Manny in then. Hello, Manny.
Hello, Daddy.
So, Manny, your mummy tells me that you've been having a fabulous time here at the UK Games Expo. This has been right up your street, yeah?
Yep.
What have you enjoyed about it all?
So far, I've really enjoyed Zookeepers.
Zookeepers, right? Hold it up there so people can see it. There we go. Okay. So, speak into that mic and tell us a little bit about it.
Well, you're gonna try to save endangered animals, and then the more you save, the more points you get.
Uh-huh.
And then how you know how endangered it is if it's green, it's doing just fine.
Right.
If it's yellow, it's slightly endangered.
Uh-huh.
And red, it is very endangered.
Right.
So most of the time, when it's red, you need lots of resources.
Uh-huh.
But they give a lot of points.
Right.
And whoever has the most points
Uh-huh.
wins. And this is one of the cards you can get.
Is that one of the cards? Hold that up so that people can see that at home. There you go.
And
There
then
you go.
if you scan the back, you get facts about it.
Oh, mate, that's right up your street, isn't it?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and they give some of the money that they get from you buying the game to save actual endangered animals.
Nice. Fist bump, my dude. Great explanation there. And then last but certainly not least, my little princess, my little girl who's been on this journey of OnTableTop since nearly the start with me. She's nearly as old as the whole project. Say hello to everybody at home, Savannah.
Hello.
Well, yeah, she was 2 days old when she appeared on one of our shows. So tell us, how did you do? What did you get?
Well, we all got this, and in this you get a word.
Hold it up for people to see.
You get a word, and you have to draw the words.
Uh-huh.
And once you draw it, the person next to you has to guess that drawing. So even though you get a word, you actually never end up with that word.
Ah, so it's like a pen and paper version of Chinese whispers.
Yes.
So somebody writes it, then the next person draws it, and then somebody has to write what they have drawn.
And then they draw it.
Uh-huh.
But, for example, I started off with bird feeder, and somehow I ended up with demon.
We've all been there, Savannah. Welcome to the world of tabletop gaming, my darling. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
So did you kids all get a chance to play plenty of games and stuff like that? Yes. Right. So on a scale, let me get all the little ones in then. Okay. So for anybody at home that has family and has kiddies, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate your experience at UK Games Expo?
1 million, 10.
10, 10, 10.
Only one who went further than that. But because it's a scale of 1
It's because you're an accountant, man. You're dealing in millions. The rest of us deal in tenors. Right.
subscribers.
Is that right, mate?
I got 1,000 subscribers.
He's got 1,000 subscribers, have you?
Very interesting.
Okay, so will you remind the people at home what they have to do? They have to smash that what?
Like button. Subscribe. Yes. And hit the bell. I got more subscribers.
Okay, smash that like buttons. Make sure you smash subscribe and hit the bells and do whatever else it is you're doing. Right, we're going to take a break. We're going to recoup. Mummy, are you happy? Would you recommend UK Games Expo?
Yes. Bring snacks as well.
Yes, bring snacks, yes.
Lots of snacks.
Okay, guys, we'll be right back just after this short break.
Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar. Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar. Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar.
So yeah.
Hello. I'm back
Hello,
again.
you back? Little ones, hopefully there's nothing left on your seat.
Oh, that's very decent. I'll let you know. I'll send you the bill for the laundry if there is.
So it's been an amazing show so far. We are all having a blast. I see people asking in the chat, so I can confirm my family has loved every second of it. The two littlest ones find it tough going at times, but Savannah and Manny have been right in their element.
That's good.
They've loved it. They've learned so much. People are asking about us as a team.
Yes.
What kind of bits and pieces we've picked up.
I have picked up nothing yet. I've not had the chance to pick up anything.
You haven't picked up anything yet?
Well, I got donated a bunch of 40-year-old rulebooks from a member of the House of Water, Best House. So I've got those. So I have Firefly and Pony Wars and things like that there, which are original. But no, I've not had a chance to get near anything to actually do it.
I have picked up one thing.
Yes.
Because it took... it kind of took me by surprise, but I had to have it, and it used up all my hobby budget that I had.
Uh-huh.
And I got myself there's an author here, Jonathan, I think we have his...
I want to say it's Edmund, but no, it's not. It's a different one, isn't it?
Yeah. So we have a book here. Do you know, we'll give it away as a prize actually now if it's sitting handy. It's over there, Jerry. Never worry. Stay tuned to a weekender. We'll give it away.
Very far away.
But he writes choose your own adventure books.
Yeah.
And he had Dracula.
Oh yes.
Dracula as a choose your own adventure book. And I had seen it on my way out of the expo on, I think it was like the Friday night or something. And then Andrea was able to take a wander around with me on the Saturday. And I went over and there was just one copy left.
Ooh, that was good timing.
And it was one of the hardback versions. So I said, look, can I buy that? And would you do me the great honor of signing
it
that
as well?
for me?
Oh,
so I got him to, and he signed it. I got him to put in Savannah, Manny, Max, and Jack. Stay spooky.
Oh, delightful.
Just as a little heirloom for them.
Yeah.
So, so I dropped all my budget that I had onto that, and I got a lovely deck of cards with the art made from the artwork of the Dracula book and stuff in there.
That is charming.
So that was it. You know, do you know what? That was good enough for me because I get to play it, and then I get to stick it on the shelf as a wee heirloom for them. So whenever I'm long gone, you know, they can say, look, there's the old man's Dracula book there.
It's certainly always nice to pick up something a bit different, a bit unique. Which is one of the nice things about coming here. You know, if you come here and just go, well, I'm going to buy the same thing I buy every other week.
Yes.
I think you're missing a trick, to be brutally honest. You know.
Well, this was it, you know, because Savannah, we were walking around and Savannah says, can I go and paint a miniature? And I said, Savannah, love, of course you can go and paint a miniature. However, you could paint a miniature at home.
Yeah.
Any day you want, you could paint a miniature at home. So maybe you'd be better spending your time looking at the things that you just never see.
Yeah.
So it's and that's very much what this show is about. You know, it's like you could come here and do more of what you're always doing because it's here.
Yeah.
Or you could come here and discover
something entirely new.
Entirely new. Incredible stuff. You know, and that I would highly recommend for anybody that's planning a visit here. You know, if you don't know, if you're looking at the map and you see a company and you go, I have no idea what that is, put them on your list.
Yeah. It's anybody who watches us on the Weekender know we've been running through my bookmark bar for quite some time for the Indie of the Week.
Indie of the Week.
And I have just been replenishing that this weekend.
Yes.
You know, finding weird and wacky things here, there, and everywhere. And some really interesting stuff. One community member pointed out Cursed Empire, when you have to go and speak to them.
Mhm.
He thought it was an old game that he thought had died completely.
Yeah.
But it had been rebranded and still going strong. And they've got so much more than the RPG that he remembered, and it's now expanded into a whole world with multiple games and multiple types of game, from miniatures to massive sort of strategic games to CCG.
Yeah.
So yeah, you walk around the corner and you just don't know what's going to pop out there.
Thank you to the folks in the chat. It was Jonathan Green.
There you go.
Jonathan Green did the Dracula book, and it was illustrated by Hawk Cock.
Yeah. Sounds German.
I'm assuming that I haven't been trolled there. So, yes, written by Jonathan Green and illustrated by Hawk Cock.
There you go.
Brilliant. Here we go.
Shall we take a little look for what Slugfest Games have been up to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Let's do that.
Hi everybody, I am back at UK Games Expo 2022 and I have stopped off at Slugfest Games to find out what they've brought to the show. If I'm right, Michael, or is my brain going off?
Sam.
Sam? Oh no, you called me Michael.
I called you Michael.
It's that time of the day, folks. So, Sam, what have you guys brought along for us this year?
We have brought one of our new games, Dungeon Decorators, which is actually up for an award here.
Ooh.
This is a tile drafting game where you are designing a dungeon for a pair of evil overlords. So at the start of the game, you're going to reveal 2 overlords, and they're going to change how you're going to approach the game by adjusting how the effects of the tiles work.
Ah.
So as you go through the game, you're going to be taking tiles, and each tile has 2 sides to it. The decoration side, which you attach to the walls, and the passages that you expand your dungeon with. And your goal is to be the player who has achieved the most design goals out of everyone at the table.
So, rusty spikes, 2 last season, and far too gauche.
Exactly. You have to make sure that you have a place to store all of the dead adventurers that you're going to collect over the course of the game. We have also brought our flagship game.
The Red Dragon Inn.
The Red Dragon Inn.
I love this game.
It's turning 15 years old this year.
Almost old enough to drink.
Yes, and it is, if you are unaware of it, it is the party after the adventure. You've slain the dragon, gone back to town, and are now trying to survive a night of bad decision-making at the Fantasy Tavern. So each player gets a character deck, and the fighters are going to be really good at the brawling, and the rogues are going to be really good at the gambling, and the wizards are going to be really good at the shenanigans. The game's been around for a while, and we've brought some of the earlier sets as well as the later sets from the franchise.
Anything else brought along just for funsies?
Let's see. I think that was about it. We've just brought our 2 bigger, the new game as well as the franchise leader.
Well, if folks are looking to come along and actually meet up with you guys, maybe play a demo game of Dungeon Decorators, where can they find you in the halls?
We are at booth number 986.
In Hall 1?
In Hall 1.
Fantastic. Well, Sam, it's been a pleasure, sir.
Pleasure.
I will hopefully see you again. Everybody, get your comments in below. Will you be picking up some Dungeon Decorators to actually see if you can be the one who designs the best dungeon for the Overlords? We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Hello everybody, I'm back once again at the UK GE 2022, and this time I'm joined by Max from Parabellum War Games. We're going to have a bit of a chat about Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, and
First Blood.
Yeah. So it's great to have you here with us.
It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. Game is
going on so well, my voice is collapsing. And
well, I'll try and be brief then. But how have you found the expo so far? Have you been doing a lot of demos up at the table?
I think I've done like 30 demos since Friday, so it's like crazy. People are so interested. The game is very easy to pick up with the base rules, and just like having the army builder online for free, checking the rules and checking the stats like this.
So for people who may not have come across Conquest before, can you very briefly tell them what it is?
Okay, so Conquest is dark fantasy miniature game with a fantasy regimental version where you do the mass battles in a pace of skirmish games. So actually like within 2 hours, switching activations, everybody's engaged all the time. Or there's another version called First Blood, where you take the models out of the formation and they do their own stuff in loose formation. They have the shield walls. They will be, this is actually a spoiler for the upcoming release, which will be in half of August.
Yeah, because First Blood's already gone through a couple of little iterations. Is the new First Blood going to be changing massively, or is it just a sort of a readjustment and tweaking?
It's quite a rehash, because the First Blood was kind of introductory step to Conquest with very similar mechanics, but in the hindsight, Parabellum wants to develop something of its own with a lot of specific mechanics for just like scaled down battle with epic fights between two characters or even two command attachments of the units, and stuff like buildings which you can go into, monsters can attack the buildings, there will be falling damage, lots of interesting scenarios, not only kill scenarios, so lots of good stuff there.
So, speaking about the monsters, there are a couple of magnificent ones here. We have the Apex Predator with the Matrix. Yeah. Now, this is a plastic and resin kit. And then beside it is the big Ice Jotnar, which is fully resin. More and more of the stuff seems to be going to plastic. Is that the plan for the future?
Exactly, because actually resin is time intensive and they're just not making it enough in time for the demand, so they need to switch to plastics because game is exploding worldwide.
Which is great to see. One of your newest factions is just lurking around in front of me here, which is an unusual take on the undead, shall we say?
Yep, definitely. So they're based on Byzantine faction of Old Dominion, which is actually the believers of the god of humanity from Conquest, Hazlia, who infused, while dying, his followers, who are already dead, with his essence. This means that unlike normal undead that, come back or you convert your opponents into undead, they already come alive, and the more of them are dying, the more their essence is rectifying in the rest, making them more powerful.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of doing a horde army where as more and more get killed off, the ones that are left become better at combat, better at magic, become more elite.
Yep.
So it's like it's a constant balance. You're either dealing with a massive horde of spam, or you're dealing with a rock-hard, small, elite force that's just as tough to crack.
It's a tough nut to crack, but they require totally different gameplay from their side, but also from opponent, because you don't want those easy kills. You want to stop them in tracks, make them slow as possible, and keep them on low levels of dark power as long as possible.
Another interesting thing about Conquest is the living world. So this is something where almost on a weekly basis, the world, the storyline is all changing. Can you tell people a bit about that?
All right, so lately we had Unliving World, actually, about the Old Dominion. So we were choosing two of the main leaders of Old Dominion. I really wanted the Whisperer, which is kind of like a tricky character that goes around 100 kingdoms, converting people back to Hazlia. Unfortunately, we didn't win, so it's the Seer and Warlord, but it's still super fun to follow those and vote for their actions now to see how the world of Conquest develops and what's going to happen later. And Konstantinos, the guy who is writing this, he is with background in history and sociology, so actually he puts really a lot of effort into making all of the stuff that happens there believable.
Yeah. It's interesting because they've been doing little sort of story updates and little living world updates every 2 weeks, and I think I'm going to throw it out there that in July I'm going to start doing little videos with Constantinos as well that will accompany those.
That's how I started, like with Conquest. I was on leave from my work, so had pretty much free time. I was watching your videos, guys, of Path of Conquest, and this got me so much hooked on the game.
Well, you know, that's how we get you started. Your first hit is always free. So, with the Old Dominion sort of coming thick and fast at the moment, what sort of things can people look out for in the near future?
All right, so this is the big banger spoiler. So the new 2-player starter for First Blood. So it's gonna be 2 complete warbands. Will be Wadrun against the Old Dominion. So we're gonna get a really good start for both of those, like the best factions, because they have the newest models with the highest quality of production, and it's gonna also help you expand later if you want into Last Argument of Kings. What's more for Old Dominion is Bone Golems, it's the Fallen Divinity, so Fallen Goddess, corrupted by the power of Hazlia, and then a lot of command upgrades which will be super useful in First Blood as well.
It's great to see all of the undead stuff coming. Obviously, the existing factions aren't going to be left behind. We're going to see releases for them as well.
Yep, we're kicking back with the second half of the year. It's going to be more and more stuff, for example, for Nords. So there will be good stuff that you waited long, and I cannot say what is that, but it's some ladies maybe somewhere. Also for 100.
Maybe you would say.
Also for 100 Kingdoms, there's gonna be something for people who, like me, wanted some female models that are not overly, you know, fantasized.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Well, it all sounds very exciting. If you haven't checked out Parabellum and Conquest, both their games, all of them are out there on the internet. The living rulebooks are free. The army builder is free. All you need to do is just start playing, get involved, shape the world the way you want it. If you're here at the expo, as soon as you walk into Hall 2, you will run straight into the guys from Conquest.
And we still have freebies.
And they still, well, they may not have freebies by the time you see this, because I may have run up the front of the hall and got them. But listen, definitely worth one to check out. Keep your eye on it. The Old Dominion stuff is sensational. Those golems that are coming look absolutely insane. Let us know what you think below, folks, but we're going to head back and see what else is happening at the expo.
Cheers, folks. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the UKG 2022. I'm here on the Warlord stand with the beautiful Gaz. How are you?
Thank you. I'm very well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm full of the joys of spring.
The joys of spring.
Yeah, that's the way to go. So, what have you guys brought to the UKG?
This year, we are bringing Combined Arms. This is our brand new board game, which also integrates into a campaign system for Bolt Action, Victory at Seas, Blood Red Skies, and Cruel Seas.
Yeah, if you haven't been on our channel, then you'll have missed our fantastic little tete-a-tete.
Yeah.
So I suggest you go over and have a look at that. But it's a fantastic little strategy game. You can refight which fronts in it? Or is it Eastern and Pacific?
That's a real trip-up question.
Yeah,
You
really
can do the Eastern, the Pacific, the D-Day landing, so like Northern Europe, and the I can't pronounce it. The canal.
Guadalcanal.
That's it. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed.
Guadalcanal.
Guadalcanal, which we did on the videos actually. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Indeed. So it's a spanking little game. I also see something a bit more miniature-like and bolt actiony.
We have our 250 kits, the SDKFZs, which you can make 3 kits out of, depending on the choice. These are in plastic now, so we plan to see a lot of these on the tabletop. Actually spurred me to do more of a mechanised list. Never looked at it. I thought, oh, actually, do you know what? It's in plastic. I like it. So yeah, that's along as well.
Reconnaissance is particularly good for the Germans with it as well.
Mobility, yes, they're shot tactics, so to speak. Yeah, the Blitzkrieg. But yeah, that's what we have along this year. We have the Project Z, the Slain, obviously the Black Powder. Touch on the Epic Waterloo as well. We have some Prussians coming out soon, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, so it's been going pretty well for us this year, and. Yeah, lots of stuff, loads to cram in. Not enough time as per usual, but no, it's been really exciting.
3 days is never enough at this.
Never enough. No.
So, you've got these boxes sitting here. Surely you don't want to take those home with you. Could we give something away to the people at home?
I'm sure we can give something away to people at home. So we will give away a combined arms set and the 250.
The 250 had a mag, yeah.
Yes, the 250 had a mag. So yes, absolutely, we'll be giving these away to you guys. So your viewers can win these at home.
Smashing. So if you want to win these, comment on the post on the live blog below this video, and we'll be picking a prize winner later on. If people are coming down to the expo, where can they find you?
They can find us in Hall 1 as you walk through. We're just about 1 o'clock off the main axis, so we're just in the main entrance, just next to the big banner that says the Warhammer shop.
Okay,
And the purple tentacle.
And the purple, well, yeah, that's much easier. Much easier signpost right there. Okay, folks, so there you have it. If you want to win those, pop a comment below, and if you want to pick up some stuff from Warlord, get slaying. Slán you. We're going to move on. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
I'm so easily amused.
You really are.
Yeah.
You really are. Right.
Liking the look of the Old Dominion coming for Conquest.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because they're... well, we didn't mention it there, but they mentioned it in the past. Currently, a lot of the character models are resin and are relatively pricey. The Old Dominion, a lot of the new character models for them are actually going to be hard plastic, same as the infantry kits as well. So,
wow.
Yes.
Wow.
It's amazing what they can do these days.
It is amazing what they can do these days. Right. To continue the tour, because we've got to keep pushing. I think next up we have Gauge Master Controls. Again, a note. These are notes for me, but I love sharing them with you. This one is from Ben, the producer. It says, "Oh, Jerry knows all about this one. Good stuff."
He is correct.
So, Jerry, whenever you are ready, my man, we will cut.
Hello folks, we are back once again at the UK GE 2022, and I've stopped off at the Gauge Master stand with Matt to talk about what they have on their stand and the range of bits and pieces they do, because we're all war gamers, we love wargaming, and the best thing about wargaming is the displays. So Matt, do you want to tell us a bit about who you are and where people may know the name from?
Well, basically we started in the model and hobby industry really, so we do supply things like Hornby Railways, Scalextrics and Airfix. They're kind of the main household brands that we do. But we also work with brands like Nock and Zisterdes, who are a German company, who basically make model terrain and scenic materials for wargaming. So we've come here this year for the first time. We're here to kind of showcase the brand, show people what we do, and sort of go from there.
So if people aren't aware of some of the lines that Nock do, well, pretty much if you want to build anything at all, from water features to sort of terrain or trees through to sort of rocky outcrops, they have something that will be available in there.
Yeah, basically they kind of cover all the main areas of modelling. So as you said, terrains, scenic scatter materials, scenic fibres, that kind of area. They do a thing called a Grass Master, which is basically a static device which you can basically make grass stand on end. There's lots of models of that about, but the good thing about theirs one is it can kind of go up to sort of longer material lengths, so about 12 mil, where sort of the other models can't do that kind of length, which is sort of one of its advantages.
So there are some stunning display boards set up at the front here. Have these been built with a variety of pieces from various ranges?
No, really, this is all from Nock and Zisterdes. They kindly supplied the boards to us the other week, so we've got them here on display to showcase basically the new items that are available this year. And then obviously, using the two brands together, how you can take a model and sort of make it a bit more scenically and available.
So we've talked about an awful lot of the stuff that you stock from Germany, but you also have your own range of tools and bits and pieces. Do you want to tell us a bit about that as well?
Yeah. Well, basically what we do as Gauge Masters, we do take tools and scenics from companies like Nock and we bring them into our own range. We do find that the UK market are more want to work with a UK brand, but we understand that it's kind of, we see the products and we basically take them into and bring them into the UK market. So we try and choose trees and foliage and stuff that would fit the UK landscape is probably the best way of putting it, where some of the stuff you can see can be a bit kind of European and continental or not really fitting with the UK. We try and take products that kind of feel like will work in a UK environment and sort of put them in our own brand and go from there.
Just very handy. I mean, obviously Gauge Master, renowned throughout the model railway enthusiasts. So the fact that you're starting to branch into supplying bits and pieces for wargaming is really key, because good quality items make a heck of a difference when you're actually trying to produce either a layout or a gaming table, because you need to have that sort of match of realism but also rigidity and quality, because you can get trees very cheap from some companies in some countries. I'll not mention anyone in particular, but after a week all you're left with is a bit of a twig. So being able to get your hands on stuff from Gage Master and from Knock means that you can put together really, really beautiful boards like you have done here.
Yeah, exactly. You've exactly hit the nail on the head there. You can get modelling, scenics and stuff which are sort of cheaper quality. They just don't last, and they're just not good quality really.
Yeah.
And hopefully brands like this, and there are others who are, and then you can kind of expand from there, and hopefully make your sort of game or whatever you're doing feel a bit more realistic, and sort of go from there. And it gives you the fun as well of kind of building something yourself as well, not just painting the figures or putting them together. You can actually build a scene and actually spend sort of time together doing it. So
definitely. Well, there you have it, folks. That's a very brief view of Gage Master and also the Knock and Zittery.
Zitterdees.
What he said, which it Hello everybody, I am back at the UK GE 2022 for our final of our little sit-down interviews. I'm joined in our delightful green room by Chris from War Cradle Studios. How's the weekend been for you?
Oh, crazy, absolutely crazy. It's so good to be back here, seeing people, seeing customers, running demos, and just catching up with people that we haven't seen for a couple of years. It's been feeling really good.
Now, in that couple of years when you haven't seen many people, there's been one or two surprising changes to your lineup and to setups that you have within the War Cradle Studios. Do you want to tell us a bit about what the games look like these days, what's going on with you?
So Dystopian Wars is now fully fledged, full 8 factions, everything has models released for it. So the last year and a bit has been just absolutely mental. We've got, as you can see there, the Hochmeister for the Prussian Imperium. These robots have been a particular favourite for our customers, so I thought it'd be worthwhile just bringing them over to show them off and how gorgeous they are.
Yeah, well, I think everybody loves to see giant steampunk Jaegers smashing other ships apart.
Absolutely.
You can't sink if your feet are already on the bottom.
That's right, yeah, totally. So, you know, these are for the Prussian Imperium, which now has the most releases out for any faction. And then we have, just behind them, the Oriflamme battle cruiser for the Alliance. This French battle cruiser is brand new out. It's one of the latest releases for Dystopian Wars, and it kind of fulfills all of the all the factions are now represented, and we've got some great stuff coming up for both these and the Sultanate.
Yeah. I love the design aesthetic on this, especially. It's like some part of the Louvre just stuck to the top of the ship.
Yeah, well, that's it. You know, I suppose the decadence of the Western European nations and the way they approach their ship design is very different to some of the more functional Union ships, for example.
Speaking of Union, and we have some Outriders here, part and parcel of the dystopian world now is Wild West Exodus. Nick got a new starter set while everybody was away, so
yes.
What's going on with everything Exodus-y?
So Exodus has had a brand new 2-player starter set. Some of you may have seen the Gunfight at Red Oak starter set that's been ubiquitous for the game for the last few years. It's always been a small box product, so you just get enough miniatures to really start off, whereas the new Showdown at Retribution 2-player starter set has got an absolute ton of plastic in there. There's loads of stuff for the Enlightened and for the Union. You've got everything you need to play in the box, and it's a really good value for money set. Now, one of the things in that box are these plastic iron horse sprues, which as you might notice, are now a little bit more off the ground than they used to be, and have a bit more of a streamlined, sleek jet bike look to them rather than the old sledge appeal.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they've still got cow catchers on them, though.
Of course they do. Yeah. This is the West, you know. You don't go 10 feet without bumping into some kind of livestock.
Wildebeest and bison.
Absolutely. And these are the new Vengeance of the Earps posse set. Martha Earp, James Earp and Warren Earp, all mounted on bikes using the plastic set that you can find in the starter, with resin characters on the back. And we've got a few more of these coming out as well, so really exciting stuff for Wild West Exodus.
Yeah, so pushing forward then with the plastics and resins in combo to really give people that bit of oomph, that next level beyond just the plastics. I'll be interested to see what you do with the Spider Walkers, because I assume that they will not be neglected.
Oh, absolutely not. No. The constructs for the Enlightened are some of the most popular products that we have. So, why would we leave them out in the cold?
Well, you wouldn't. The Enlightened are there for a better future. It's your future as well. So, is that everything that's going on with the dystopian world then?
No. Funny you should say that. We have a game called Mythos, which we re-released right at the start of the pandemic. So it's kind of been on hold a little bit for a while because people aren't playing any new things in the stores. So what we've decided to do with that is bring it into the dystopian age. So Mythos is now another game within the dystopian age, and as a result we have a brand new rule set that's on the cusp of being released. It's had a little bit of an overhaul from some of the playtesting we've been doing over the last couple of years and from feedback we've had from the community. And we've also added a whole bunch of posses from Wild West Exodus that you can now play in Mythos. And some of you may have noticed that some of the Mythos characters, in fact all of them, have been imported into Wild West Exodus as well. So there's a real crossover going on between the two games. The miniatures are all in the same scale, so it kind of makes sense. So very shortly you'll be able to bring some of those Wild West Exodus miniatures over into Mythos and increase some of the miniature counts for the game.
Well, that does sound fascinating. I'm a massive fan of the sort of Lovecraftian mythos, and the idea that at some point I may try and run over a Shoggoth with an Iron Rider. One Iron Horse could be a lot of fun. I don't think a cow catcher will be up to snuff for removing that, mind you. But yeah, that's exciting to hear that the mythos it's not being neglected. It's being brought into the rest of the universe and has an opportunity then to develop and expand within the world.
Absolutely. And for Dystopian Wars, we are certainly looking to the skies in the months to come. We have some very interesting airships, war gyros and the like, which are coming into the game. So later on this year you'll start to see those kind of populating the factions. We have some submarines that are already in the game. We have a few kind of aerial units as well, but absolutely as of kind of September, October time, we're going to have some really, really gorgeous airships coming into the game. So there's lots to look forward to there.
Yeah, it sounds like there'll be a lot of options to do some more extravagant sort of link campaigns and things like that as well, where it's not always naval power will help you win in the dystopian seas. It's been great catching up with you, Chris.
Yeah, likewise.
If anybody hasn't already seen it, we did have a chat with Chris over at the War Cradle stand, and there was a prize given out as well for the live blog. So get your comments in on that video, not this video, but that video, if you want a chance to win that fleet, because it's a monstrous prize and one well worth diving in for. We're going to head on and see what else is going on in the expo. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi everybody, welcome back to UKGE 2022. I have stopped off at the Aconite book stand with Mark to have a little bit of a chat about what they do, because let's be honest, fantasy worlds are not just about miniatures and gaming tables and mechanics. It's the worlds behind them. Mark,
Exactly so.
what do you guys do?
That's exactly what we do. We bring the worlds of some of the best fantasy games to life with extra stories, extra adventures that if you're into Arkham Horror, Legend of the Five Rings, Pandemic even, we've got extra stories to bring you closer to that rich fantasy world.
See, I love diving in, and things like this. Some worlds are so expansive, I don't know where to dive in. But with things like
A
this,
world like Twilight Imperium, one of the best board games ever, but it's a game that takes you 2 hours to set up, 8 to 24 hours to play, get that richness of crushing your neighbors' galactic empires. But of course, it's built on the most wonderful sci-fi world. So with our range of novels, you can stay inside the world of the game long after the board game is over.
yeah. And you don't just get lost in mechanics, because yes, some games, they are so mechanically deep, you get lost in the mechanics and you forget there is a narrative, there is a world living and breathing there.
Well, it has to be said that if you absolutely love the world of a game, the game will only take you so far. But with fiction and also with comic books and indeed movies, and these are all the projects that we're working on at Asmodee, that you can stay in your favorite worlds as long as you like.
Well, if folks are looking to come along, meet you guys, and maybe do a bit of a deeper dive into the worlds they love, where can they find you in the hall?
We're in 1038. We're right next door to the Hobby Next demo stand run by our friends at Asmodee, and we're here all weekend.
Well, Mark, it's been a pleasure, sir. Everybody, get your comments in below. Tell us which fantasy worlds would you maybe like these guys to dive deeper into for you to enjoy your games more. We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
It's a party. It's a total party.
It's always a party.
I tell you what, those Jaeger things in the dystopian wars is looking amazing.
Massive Prussian stumpy robots.
Yeah,
Out there
love it.
Punching boats.
There is a ton of stuff going on for the dystopian wars. I'm loving the consolidation. I get to see a little bit behind the scenes on some of that stuff from time to time.
Show off.
The consolidation now to bring it in all into the one universe, and Mythos is a great fit for it. That Cthulhu-y kind of thing. Once they start to weave that in, I think it's going to be fun.
I'm really looking forward to it. Being a Bluffwell traditionalist, as I am, most of the Mythos stuff I play is sort of 1920s. However, so many people have done gas, like Cthulhu and Wild West stuff. There's loads of ways to explore it, and I always think it's more fun when people don't expect where it's going to be coming from, especially because if it's going to be intricate, and you don't have to tell people that they're actually going to be playing against some sort of Cthulhu madness.
Yeah.
They rock up with their Wild West posse, like the Earps or Jesse James and his mates, and then a bunch of Biaki or Mygo just rip their heads off, or some Innsmouth fish-looking folk come and drag them off into the misty deeps, and then hand them over to Mother Hydra. I'm 100% behind this. There's no downside to being butchered by Cthulhu Mythos creatures.
Before I forget, there's a wee link there, Jerry. We also had a wee moment this morning where, as you'll know, there's a charity table here where they did the little prize draw a little bit earlier, but they've been working with kids who are undergoing dialysis in some of the hospitals. So these are children that are suffering kidney issues, and they have to sit with dialysis machines, and they're sitting for hours on end. And this group has been pulling together models and things like that, so that they can give the kids something to do, something to distract them, something to, I suppose, help them while away those long hours sitting at the thing. The charity itself, is this on the National Kidney Foundation?
The National Kidney Foundation, then there's a couple of different things going on. So Duncan started with the Kidney Federation, which is people outreaching support, and it's by kidney patients for kidney patients. So it's like a collective thing where you're not alone. You can get together with other people who are going through the same sort of thing. And then I believe Logan is sort of tied into the National Kidney Foundation because of his son, who's currently going through I think dialysis 3 days a week, he was saying. So it's really tough time for the kids.
When we heard about it, we went on and we chatted to the wider team in the group, of Wayland Games group, and we got a chance to see Toby. So Toby and Jerry gathered up a pile of cool dystopian war stuff for us to start handing out to those kids, so that they can build some cool ships and maybe even stompy robots and all sorts of things.
Yeah, they were saying they mostly work between Birmingham and I want to say Liverpool hospitals, because it's where they're sort of geographically situated. However, I imagine if you get in contact with the guys, if it's something that you want to give them a hand with, if you happen to be somewhere else, or even if you're close enough to the area that you want to get involved with them, boots on the ground, they would not say no to any support that way.
It's look, I don't know a lot about this, but if there are kidney units near you, or if you can make yourself available to go in, and I don't know what the process is for vetting and stuff like that. I imagine there is one, but if you can make yourself available to help kids put these things together, introduce them to it. Look, it's I can't imagine just how what it must be like for them to sit there for hours and on end with this stuff. So it's a very worthwhile charity, that, and
100%.
And I'm really pleased that our company, the one we work for, is doing its best to see if they can get stuck in and help. So. Yes. So I'll just cut back to a picture of that. There's my... it's gone. Well, thank you to Toby and Jerry for sorting that
that was
out.
your camera work.
Yes.
Well done, you.
Well, you've done well.
Got me in focus.
Right. I think we are still... have we time for a couple more videos? Have we time to show them a wee bit more?
I think we do. Just about. We're currently running against the clock in the awards ceremony.
Yeah, so the awards will be coming up at 3. The stream doesn't finish at 3, but me and Jerry, we'll be finishing at 3.
Yeah, we'll get kicked off the stage at that point.
You're down to your last 2 minutes with Smashy and Nicey, boys and girls. So next up, we have Full Sauna.
Oh, I've got Themeborn next.
Oh, have you got Themeborn next? Well, do you know what? Themeborn will do at this stage.
We'll go Full Sauna.
Yeah, so next up, we have Themeborn.
Hi everybody, we're back at UK Games Expo 2022, and of course I've stopped off with Themeborn to find out how the show has went. How's it going, buddy?
Good, thanks. How you doing?
Oh, we're good. We're live blogging, we're live streaming. I see your tables are absolutely packed. I love seeing that.
Yeah, man, it's been insane. Obviously, last year we had quite a tiny booth, probably 1/4 of this maybe. It's been non-stop. I can't feel my legs. It's been crazy.
I know the feeling. Running about this event, it's huge. So, you've obviously brought the classics with you. Escape the Dark Castle, Escape the Dark Sector. People liking it?
People are loving it, man. We've already sold out Castle yesterday. We keep getting people coming up saying, can I have Castle? And we have to be like, no, you have to order it online. But Sector, we have a bit more stock of Sector, so it's been selling like wildfire. At least we've got a bit of extra to give the people.
Well, I mean, Sector, personally, I prefer Sector because I'm more of a sci-fi guy.
Totally.
And I love the idea that if you want to change your upgrade, you've kind of got to rip that chip out and take the damage, pay the piper.
Totally.
So, one thing we have to talk about. You guys came across to us to do Strike HQ. I absolutely adore the look of this game. Tom was kind enough to leave us with a copy in the office. I haven't got a game on just yet. I actually brought it with me to the show.
Okay, all right.
But we've been so busy, I still haven't got a chance to play. It's annoying me. I want to play this game.
Yeah.
But obviously you guys made the decision to roll back on the Kickstarter to make sure you have the game right for everybody.
Yes.
So I have to ask, what is the plan moving forward with it? You are wanting to bring it to market, yeah?
Yeah, so obviously we love Strike. Mechanically, you know, me and Tom, we played it like 50 times. We couldn't put it down, and that was just the base game. So obviously when it came out to Kickstarter and it didn't get a crazy high, we were a bit upset by that. But we realized we need to take it back, look at what wasn't working, and maybe in the future, once we've revised that and figured out what it needs, we can bring it back forward to the people and re-release it, yeah.
See, this is the wisest thing I would always say to do, is whenever you notice a game hasn't quite hit the mark, it's time to go back, retune, retool, and make sure it's what it needs to be for the community. Because mechanically, for me anyway, that game is on point. It is 100% ready in there. So it's really looking at how do you improve the player experience? How do you get that little bit extra for them? So honestly, huge respect for you guys for making that choice, because I'm sure it's not an easy choice.
No, it wasn't. And I mean, like I said, every time we got to play test it with people externally, they loved it. You know, whatever the problems were, you know, with the game, we put out a survey to find out exactly what people want. As soon as people played it, they set those things aside and they were like, oh, I love this. Can I play more? Can I buy it? And we were like, no, these are just demo copies. We can't give this to you. But so we know that the core game is amazing. It, you know, plays so well. It's tight, it's fun, and obviously it's pure skill. So if you lose, you want to go again. But it's just one of those things, unfortunately. We love it, but we're kind of going to have to figure out where it went wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to say it here. As soon as you guys are ready to bring that back to market, you make sure you come to us, because I adore what you've done so far, and I cannot wait to see what you've done to it in the future. And, I mean, you guys have such a good pedigree with Castle, with Sector. Guys, if you want to give the game a go, make sure and give it a go, because, honestly, I adore it mechanically. I'm dying to play it, and like I said, I even brought it to the show, hoping to get time to play it. Of course, it's a game show, so no time to play. But thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Everybody, make sure and check out Themeborn. If you are coming down to the show, where can they find you in the hall?
At the back of Hall 1.
Okay, awesome. Well, guys, get your comments down below. Tell us what you think. We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
I like saunas.
Yes.
And
all about the Turkish saunas.
I don't know what the next one is. It says it's a fun new game from a smaller studio that are just starting out. Well, do you know what? That's enough for me. That's enough for me that we need to get them on this show. So next up, guys, we're going to be taking a quick look at Full Sauna.
Hello everybody, I am back at UK Games Expo 2022, and I found a little bit of a different one. So I'm here with Vasco and Maria, who have made a game called Full Sauna. So Vasco, what is this game?
Well, basically the idea of the game is about the struggle to relax inside a sauna. You get to insert different characters and they change the way the sauna affects their stay, and they also affect each other's stay. For example, if the sauna is really full, you can insert a farter, and what he does is he farts, so you get to remove some of the characters, and you also move the temperature up because of the fart. And then you can play in a sumo wrestler who loves it when it's hot because he wants to sweat and to get ready for a sumo game. So when he does that, he scores feel-good points on the feel-good track. So we have a lot of colorful characters. We have a hot dude. He scores a lot of points when he's next to a female character because he gets to show off. We have a conspiracy theorist. He likes to chat to everyone around. We have a reformed mass murderer. Ooh. When he enters the sauna, everybody gets chilly. They leave and the temperature drops. So it's all about controlling the temperature and all about comboing different characters in order to score the most points.
Fantastic. Okay, so if anyone's coming down to see you guys today, where are they going to find you in the hall?
We're at 1267, I think.
No, 276.
276, okay, sorry. It's under the table.
So basically, whenever you come into Hall 1, you're going straight to the back and hanging a left, and it's just before the corner.
Yep.
This looks fantastic. Is it available? Is it in demo? Are you going to Kickstarter?
We're going to Kickstarter. These are our first prototypes. We have heavily play tested the games for about 100 hours with friends and also on tabletop simulators, so we're confident that it runs smoothly. And here, of of course. We did 9 play tests yesterday, 3 today, and even more the day before. Also, we've gotten all the legwork ready. We have factories contacted, we have suppliers contacted, so it's all set. And we're starting our digital campaign now, so you can follow us. It's fullsauna.com. Our Instagram is also called Full Sauna. We'll be launching in October and be ready by spring to ship the game.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, it looks like a really bright, fun, fantastic game. So, yeah, everybody, if you're coming down to the show, make sure and check these guys out. This looks like one to watch. We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
And we have a winner!
Very much so, yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
I don't think anybody was expecting that as far as Full Sauna went, but I'm 100% behind that. Not just the mad of the idea. The idea is just pure whimsy, madness, and
Isn't it?
It's just like, how do I get people out of my sauna? Fart.
Fart.
But I love the design already.
Uh-huh.
The illustrator they found is just spot on because they're just so colourful and cheesy.
Oh,
I just love it.
I want that. I want that. The farter! Oh, dropping one in a sauna, man. That absolutely
The only
brilliant.
question is, would you be the farter or the conspiracy theorist?
I would be the farting conspiracy theorist.
Oh, combo breaker.
Right. Do you know what? Let's see. Where are we at in the day? 1446. We're going to show you one more. Are we going to show one more or two more? We've got 2 more to show you. And then myself and Jerry are going to pack up for the day. So next up, we have SC Games. Tile Tactics and Knights of the North round.
Hello, everybody, and I am back at UK Games Expo 2022. I am with Sam from SE Games. And Sam, you've brought 2 games along, and one of them's brand new. So what's the brand new one?
The new one is Tile Tactics. It's a 2 to 4 player tile placement area control game. The object of the game is once the board is full, whoever has the most tiles out wins. The way you play is you would place a tile on a blank space and get a card. On your next turn, you can either do that same action again or play that card, because the cards are the fundamental way you're going to win the game. So that's your strategy, because the cards allow you to claim areas, but also claim the other tiles that other players have placed.
Okay, well, can you run me through maybe 2 or 3 of the cards to tell me exactly what they do?
Yeah, so we've got area claim here, which you would pick a blank space, and then you'd also get every tile that's around it.
Ah.
But not only just blank ones, say for instance, yellow had these 2 here, so you have to start from a blank, so you start there, but you'd also get theirs as well.
Ah, so you can sort of invade a little bit.
Yes. But the biggest card that we got in the game is a Painted Effect. It's also my favourite. Say you've got a massive area claimed by one player. Again, you have to start from a blank space, but so you say yellow wanted to go there, yellow would then get every single tile of reds.
Ooh, okay, so you've got some go aspects in here.
Yes, but also, of course, you've got a good blocker. So you don't like a card that someone likes, chuck it out, cancels it, dead.
Awesome. And what's the other game? I see we have a couple of younglings playing away here.
It's a fast-paced version of rock, paper, scissors, but in cards.
Ah, okay.
It's medieval theme, so you've got sword, shield, and arrows.
Oh, I see,
The sword beats the shield beats the arrow, and the arrow beats the sword. But you've got gems, which represent your health, and the value on the top of the cards is how much health you would deal to the people that you beat.
That's very cool. And you're doing one thing that's always really cute, and I love it when companies do it. You've got the little lollipops on the stand.
Of course.
No, it's a little gimme.
Yeah. Who doesn't like a good lolly, and then it interacts them, and then they go, oh, well, what game you got then?
Well, here, I tell you what, if folks are coming to the show today, where can they find you in the halls?
At the Hall 2, around the back, next to On the Tables, the main stage.
Yep, so it's 275 in Hall 2 is the code if you're on your maps. Sam, thank you very much for talking to us. Everybody, drop your comments down below. Do you like little light games like this? Do you like tile placement games? We'll move on. We'll see you again very soon.
Oh, that cut very quick.
Didn't it, though? I'm Johnny on the spot.
Right. We have time for one more. Okay, so we're going to hit you up with Cursed Empires, I believe it is, Jerry. More from a company that was spoken to possibly on Thursday.
Hello everybody, we are back at the UKG 2022 and I am joined by Chris and we're over to take a look at what's going on with the Cursed Empire. So, do you want to tell us a bit about yourself and your game?
Thank you very much. Hi everybody, having a really good show. I hope everybody else is. Really glad to be here. We're actually launching our Thargos ecosystem of games based on my old RPG published 10 years ago. I had 10 books in print at the time, 2,000 pages in print, and we're now looking at doing a third edition of this game. We've now built a whole ecosystem of games, not just the RPG, but we'll talk you through some of the other stuff we're doing. So I'll just put this down.
Sure. So we're starting off then with, what's this, a large strategy area control, is it, or?
Basically what this is, a bit of background first of all to the setting. The continent you see here, this little cape here, is actually this area here, which I GM'd in for 30 years in the RPG. This area we've mapped out. There are 80 cities, towns and villages in this area. To this level of detail over here, which is the individual city map. We have 30 city maps mapped out. And basically, all these different games can be played as standalone games, and I'll explain what each of them are, or they can be brought together for an epic campaign in the setting. So basically you have here, this is War Galleys of Thargos, which we have as a prototype here. It's going to Kickstarter in the autumn. It's basically a high seas adventure, pirate slash sea monster game where you have to manage resources, manage risk, fight enemy fleets and face off different situations and voyages. But also you have the option to, with additional mission cards, to tie in with the Heroes of Thargos card game, where you basically either play these cards out in the card game mechanics, or you zoom into this encounter and play out a whole separate game to earn that card as a trophy. So this is going to Kickstarter. We're doing sign-ups for a chance to win the game as well. And then just moving on to the Heroes of Thargos game here. This was funded on Kickstarter last year, is now shipping, it's now been commercialized, and basically this is a game that gets you into the Thargos setting. It's a solo game. There's a PvP version as well of the game. There's also co-op mode, what we call story mode, where you can also experience the game campaign, but also design your own stories with the card game. So you have 4 types of cards. There are character cards that come in the normal status of the character with might, mind and mysticism stats, exactly the same as the 3rd edition RPG. There's also a reverse side of the card where you have an injured status of the character, reduced stats, but different in-game effects. Sometimes the in-game effects are more useful when you're injured. You have booster cards, which then come and boost the stats of the characters. So you get a column of stats here, the additional powers, and you then face off other characters to earn victory points. When you build your party of 4 characters, you total up the point value, and that's your victory point threshold. So as a player, from the outset, you determine
how difficult the game is.
Exactly, exactly. So you also have action cards, which are mainly the bestiary of the game setting. Various creatures you can throw, or curses you can put against other players, and make life much more difficult for the other opposing player. You also have, in the story mode, as I said, fixed campaigns, or you can design your own stories, like a GM. Using the mission cards, you can lay them out and build a story path with a starting card, and literally design your own scenario, or do it on the fly, where you have convergence points. You could even hide loot under cards and build like a mini scenario, and you move your party along the story path as you go along with the same game mechanics.
So you're saying that the stat line follows the RPG.
Correct.
Is the core mechanics the same across the various games, or are they tied in different ways?
They're tied in different ways. The bridge is normally the mission card in this case, but you also go down to street level adventuring, where, for example, if you want to pick up one of these cards here, you either play this card as part of Heroes of Thargos, or you go down to street level and then you get a dungeon crawler. So literally, there's a complete ecosystem of different games. They're all standalone, solo, co-op versus, all of them are. But you can also put them out on your game table and have this sprawling campaign game, an epic gaming session over a 4 or 5 hour evening, where you've had seagoing adventures, you've visited 2 or 3 cities, you've gone down to street level, and then you've even role-played in an encounter if you want to.
It's things like that where you have such a diverse set of games at different scales as well, means that you can dip in and dip out at the levels you want to. So, so if you're playing the RPG and maybe then you want to go on and do the sea battle, because that's very difficult to do as an RPG somehow. 4 people are not a crew. But then you can blow up play this out and then just come back in and drop in wherever you want. Or if you're not a miniatures gamer, stick to the cards. If you're not CCG, yeah.
Exactly.
I love it.
And the other thing is also, you'll see the consistency in terms of the artwork. We have a minis range now, of course, as well, sculpted by Dan Kelly, who'll be here this afternoon. And we're doing a complete miniatures range that ties across the whole set of games. The other thing is we're finding with gaming groups who have different gaming styles or tastes. You may have a bunch of Magic the Gathering gamers, some War gamers, some Euro games gamers. Actually, by getting into the ecosystem, they all get their gaming fix. They can kind of rotate gaming styles, but still progress a story arc or a campaign. So,
I see there's some miniatures here that they haven't been released yet, or are these...
Correct. No, these are literally pre-production. There's a set of 7 for sale by Dan Kelly, and you can see here that they tie in with the artwork from the card game, and we're selling them at the show for the first time. These will eventually go to Kickstarter as part of a bigger Kickstarter, but this is an exclusive we're doing at the moment.
So if people want to find you at the event, where do they come to?
This is Hall 1, is stand 1452.
Okay. And if they can't get to the expo, where do they find you?
Online. So cursedempire.com, and you'll find me there and the rest of us lurking somewhere online.
There you go, folks. Let us know what you think of this sprawling epic fantasy world. We're going to move on and take a look at what else is here at the expo. That's the last time we're going to hear that today.
And that's it. That's it from me and the Wookiee. We did it, Jerry. We had a blast.
We did it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it at home too. It's been a wonderful, wonderful expo this year. I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed spending time with you guys in the chat, and
this has been different.
A lot of cheeky monkeys.
You know, we haven't done this before with all the frippery around us as well.
No,
So
it was nice. It was nice. You know, I really liked it. What was your highlight of the show?
Oh, so many. That last one that we've just seen, the Cursed Empire.
Yeah.
With all the various different games that interconnect, or if you don't want to interconnect any of them, you can just pick the one that you want to play. I love that. I love this sprawling fantasy adventure it's come out of iterations of an RPG, and it's just like, well, here's various ways you can play my world.
Yeah.
And you can do as much or as little as you want to. And if you want to play them all, you can go really expansive, so you can be down boots on the ground in Dungeon Crawler, or work your way back out to that massive ship-to-ship combat game, and anywhere in between. Sort of madness. It's the kind of dedication I love to see. It's turned, he was saying, it's actually turned from a hobby into his full-time job, and say, well, clearly, because you couldn't be doing that as a hobby anymore.
You couldn't be doing that as a hobby.
You'd run out of hours in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of my high points.
For me, it was probably Alpha Strike versus the Dane.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, he got his comeuppance when the Dane called in reinforcements.
He did. He totally did.
Oh, yeah.
And it was great to be able to get a chance to do a commentary over that. Justin was giving me grief about it this morning.
Was he?
Yeah. He says, I had picked that game. I wanted us. I wanted people to see that game. I said people did see the game.
They saw the game.
They saw it.
They just heard our interpretation.
Yeah, we were just giving a little bit of flavour.
Yeah. So sometimes people look at it and go, why is he turning that board round? Well, now they knew.
Right. Well, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to spend this weekend with you all.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for turning up. Thank you very much for your dialogue and your support in the chat. Right, so you all the rest of the stuff that we have been recording and stuff like that, you will find over at OnTableTop.com. Head over there and check out the live blogs. I'm going to remind you, because I often forget to remind you, if you're enjoying all of this crack, right? Remember to subscribe, smash the like button, and do all those good things. Ding the dong, ding that little dongy bell. And yeah, it's been great. We will
enjoy checking out the awards after this.
Yeah. Well, and guess what? We'll see you next Friday on the Weekender. So come on over and we'll catch you then. Love ya.
Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar.
Welcome to UK Games Expo 2022 Awards. I hope you've had a tremendous weekend. Have you had a good time? Hey, look at her. I do like to see a row of hopeful faces, 2/3 of which are going to be disappointed. But that's not my fault. So first of all, we'd like to announce the attendance for this year. The attendance for this year has been 23,000 uniques, or 39,000 attendance over the 3 days. So we're back. So we're going to start going through our awards. Just for those who don't know, there are 2 awards per category. One is the People's Choice, which has been voted at the voting booths or on your app or on the website. The other was done by our judges and are the sort of professional, they're just gamers really, who really like that category, who've gone through and picked the professional award from the judges. So 2 awards per category, and we're going to start with the best abstract game. And the judges award for best abstract game goes to Deck Chairs on the Titanic, Silver Birch Games. Come on down. Now, just before you have a photograph with that, the People's Choice Award is Deck Chairs on the Titanic. So clean sweep, look at that. Where's me photographer? Oh, there she is. He's smashing the trophy up. That cost £8.27. If you'd like to turn around, guys, you'll get a photograph there. John, Mr. Paul. You got it? Well done. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks, guys. Cheers. How smooth was that? I don't know how we get 23,000 people in here without killing half of them. Right, best accessory. The Judges Award goes to Tabletop Tyrant Board Game Backpack. Are they here? Oh, someone's a-running. Well done. This is like an enormous sack you can sit in. Yeah, oh yeah, well, if you've won, unless you're just a stranger wandering past, in which case, no, bugger off. And just before you leave, People's Choice Award, Tabletop Tyrant Board Game Backpack. King Sweep. Stand in the middle between the 2 celebrities. Photograph. $19 awards later. Give us a thumbs up when you've got it. Yep, there we go. Thank you very much. Tabletop Tyrant. See, that's very happy, that is, isn't it? Yeah.
If we can keep this going, very efficient.
Oh, well, I'm doing my best, mate. Yes. Shuts at 4. We're going to have to get a move. Best Board Game American Style. Judges Award. Unfathomable Fantasy Flight Games. Come on, Roger, get a move on. So good hanging around the back, trying to look shy. And again, a clean sweep, People's Choice Award, Unfathomable Fantasy Flight Games. Bitoku. Best board game, European style. Judges Award goes to, and I'm going to get this wrong, I know, Bitoku from De Vere Games. Well done. Well, that's fine. We don't mind who comes up. Get in the middle, get your photo taken. You're famous now. Thank you very much. There you go. Bitoku. The People's Choice Award for the Best Board Game European Style. Lost Ruins of Arnak. Czech Games Edition. Well done. Congratulations. Best Board Game Strategic. Judges Award goes to The Thing, Aries Games. Here he comes from the back. Look at him. He's jogging away. Look at that. He's hopping. It's just when I said he's jogging, he started jogging. I thought, if I start saying things, will he hop? There he is. The Thing, Aries Game. Get in the middle there. Get your photograph between the two celebs. And the People's Choice Award for Best Board Game Strategic goes to Get On Board, ILO. Congratulations. Oh, look, this is double trouble. Here they come. Get in the middle there. Well done, congratulations. Best Card Game General. Judges Award goes to Cultivate. Pops and Bijou Games. It's Nigel. Hello, Nige. You've won an award. You've done really well. Get in the middle there. Try not to trip over. You're a big lad. Cultivate. Come on, mate, don't milk it. Well done. And the People's Choice Award for the same category, Best Card Game General, goes to Dungeon Decorators, Slugfest Games. Hey, well done. First time exhibitors, congratulations. Pop in the middle. Best Card Game Strategic is a double winner. Both Judges Award and People's Choice Award goes to Lord of the Rings, LCG Revised Core. Fantasy Flight Games, just in case you've forgotten who made it. Oh, there we go. You got to be careful. Asmodee will forget they made it because they make so much. Congratulations, well done. Best Children's Game, Judges Award and People's Choice Award goes to Quacks & Co. Quiddleberg-Schmidt. Woohoo! You've got to get in the middle. You get them all. 2 for 1. Best Children's Game, Quacks & Co. Best Dice Game, Judges Award, Under Falling Skies, Czech Games Edition. Don't look so shy. You knew it was good. And the People's Choice Award for Best Dice Games goes to Dice Theme Park, Alley Cat Games. Worth the wait, wasn't it? Well, you may have to run after the van, but at least you can run with your award, unless you break your legs coming up the stairs. Thank you very much. There we go. Best Dice Game, People's Choice, Dice Theme Park. Now, a new category really for us this year, Best Digital Hybrid. The Judges Award goes to Destiny's Lucky Duck Games. Congratulations, Az. Yeah, go on, that's it. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah. Have you got American?
Oh, don't say that.
Queue up. So that's Best Digital Hybrid goes to Destinies from the Judges Award. The People's Choice Award. Trouble in Folklore Falls, the Detective Society. Congratulations. Well done. So you don't need Dragon's Den. Okay, I think we're halfway through. Best Expansion. Judges Award goes to Undaunted Reinforcements Osprey Games. Congratulations. And the People's Choice Award for Best Expansion, Lost Ruins of Arnak Expedition Leaders, Czech Game Edition. Be charging you rent soon. It was the third time, you can count. Best Family Game, a double winner, both Judges and People's Choice Award. Acropolis, Gigamatic. Look at the beaming smiles there. Well, the first like, the second one's like, oh, I've got to load a van. Congratulations. That's Acropolis, Judges and People's Award. Best Gaming Novelty. Judges Award goes to Terraforming Mars in the Shadow of Demos. Oh, no, there we go. Well, there it goes. Woohoo! Economic Books. She's all, there we go. It's amazing what a bit of cocaine will do. And the People's Choice Award, Best Gaming Novelty, Polyhedral Dice Holder, Forgotten Graveyard. Congratulations. And sporting your own wear. Congratulations. Best Miniatures Range, Judges Award, Victory Battlefleet Set, War Cradle Studios. Congratulations. And for Best Miniatures Range, People's Choice Award goes to Frostgrave Blood Legacy Miniatures Range, Osprey Games. I wouldn't go anywhere. I'll just wait there for a bit. Yeah, you just pop that down there. There we go. Best Miniatures Rules, Judges Award and People's Choice Award go to the same game, Osprey Games, the Silver Bayonet. Now you're glad you didn't make your walk all the way down. Well done. Don't tread on your award. Those frames cost £1. Best Party Game. Judges Award. Secret Identity. Funny Facts. Fox. Funny Fox. Secret Identity. So secret, they're not here. Oh no, here he comes. It's Smiler and his mate. Congratulations, guys. And the People's Choice for Best Party Game is Last Message ILO. Well done. We'll have to get George Clooney in next year. Congratulations. 4 more to go. Best role-playing game. The Judges Award goes to Twilight 2000, Free League Publishing. Congratulations. And the Best Role-Playing Game People's Choice Award, Shiver Core Book, Parable Games. Well done. They've both got the brand on. God bless them. Best Role-Playing Adventure. Put my teeth back in. Judges Award goes to Odd Jobs, McGuffin and Co. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's got a woolly hat on. Look at that, Odd Jobs. Does anybody know where security is? Well done, Odd Job Games. People's Choice Award. The D-Sanction Adventures, all rolled up. No Phil. We'll give it to somebody else. Here we go. Who was third? We'll go and see Phil later, and we'll tack some onto her stand price for that. So, Best Role-Playing Expansion. Judges Award goes to Root RPG, Travellers and Outsiders, Magpie Games. Who'd have thought? Of course, Magpie, first time over from the States. You're meant to go in the middle, mate, in the middle. And the People's Choice Award for Best Role-Playing Expansion, Alien RPG, Colonial Marines Operations Manual, Free League Publishing. It's like the dad dance, that, isn't it? Getting onto the dance floor. Well done. Congratulations, Best Role-Playing Expansion, People's Choice Award. Finally, Best Variant. Judges Award goes to, it's quite a long title, World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King, a pandemic system board game, Z-Man Games. car, Rog. You weren't Z-Man Games earlier. What's going on?
Many hats, many hats.
He's making it up. And finally, best variant, People's Choice Award goes to Zombie Kittens, Exploding Kittens. No, not you. No, you're Z-Man. Yeah, he's like a rubber ball, isn't he? Keeps bouncing back. Well done, man of many hats. We want to thank you for coming to the UK Games Expo this year. If you didn't win an award, then make sure you enter next year. There's always a possibility. Yeah, you make some great games. You've put on a great exhibition. All of our traders have. We want to thank you for coming. We're so glad we're back. I believe somebody's going to do something, so I really shouldn't close off like this. So I'm now circling back round. Come, Mr. Playtest. Is you going to raffle something? Okay, go and give that to John. He's a star, or Paul. So what are we raffling here? Quick.
So basically, we've had over 120 designers have brought their prototype games to the playtest zone this year. We've had over 1,000 playtesters. Anyone who's playtested the game gets an entry into a prize draw, very kindly sponsored by Asmodee. So they're going to get these published games. And they're...
John, you ready?
Your winner is Joe Cousins. Joe Cousins, are you here? You've won a raffle. Joe Cousins? Great. All right. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Have a good last half hour. Make sure your pack-up's nice and safe. If you're here at the expo and you're still buying stuff, go on, you've got 30 minutes. Empty your wallet. You know it makes sense. They're poor. They're starving. They need your money. Thank you for coming to UK Games Expo 2022.
Sometimes a bullet is best. In Alkenstar, lead is the law. You had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For that, these power brokers upended your life. Join other desperados to pay back the villains who ruined you. Together, destroy your enemies, clear your names, and enjoy sweet revenge. The Outlaws of Alkenstar.